Hello.
Hello,
I was gonna
friends.
say we're here.
Here we are. PanParacon 2022. Welcome, everyone. Let's see. We got about 10 people watching now.
Excellent. I'm going to post.
I just did on Twitter.
Okay,
I'll try to handle that stuff.
cool.
So hey everybody, there's 10 of you here already.
Mhm.
We're really excited about that. It's been an extremely long year and kind of hard, and we're glad we're here. To say that Vanessa has put together an incredible lineup for this year. We've got some just really good people coming out. For the people that don't know how this works, it's on YouTube. So share the link and give it to your friends and tell them they'll watch it right now. We have set up if you go to the website, panparacon.com, a tip jar that will go to Vanessa. It'll say Cali Butterfly, but that's what we disperse the funds. So we also have on there the merch we have a really cool new design this year that one of Vanessa's friends did.
Yeah. Melissa, who was the first guest on my podcast, also friend of the podcast and the con, she designed an incredible piece for this year's merch. The idea came from friend of the con, friend of all of us, Chris McKenna, and Melissa created it incredibly well. Also for this year, so as Jason mentioned, we have a tip jar that goes to all of our speakers. This is a completely volunteer run convention. We don't make any money off of it. If you buy merch, we will use that for expenses like website and things like that. But the tip jar exclusively goes to the speakers, aside from the fact that this is very much a conference rooted in anti-racist, in a diverse, creating a diverse spaces, diverse lineups, and like creating community. I also think it's really important to pay your speakers because a lot of events don't. And I think part of equity work involves actually paying people for the work that they do. That is also an accessibility issue. We'll get into that in the first panel. Also new for this year, we have that link because my chainmail business, I already had a PayPal link for that, but this year we also have a Venmo, and that is PanParacon. So if you want to send tips for the speakers, you can use that as well. I'll post the link a little later, but you can find us on PanParacon, find that little squirrel icon, that's us. And all that money, like I said, will be dispersed between the speakers.
And we also have, as stated, we do have that merch. We've got the new design. We've got the classic professional weirdo stuff, and we've got the classic Our Ghosts Farting on Me for those of you who tuned in last year. And it's really exciting. We have a bunch of people that are now tuned in, and we have our panelists in the waiting room on Zoom. So I'm going to dip out. I'm going to add this the live stream to our website too, if you want to watch it there. And this is going to be a really awesome panel, and we'll see you after this one, or I'll see you after this one.
I will also be turning my camera off, but I'll be here and I'll be checking out comments on the live stream.
All right, cool. Right. And I am going to be admitting our incredible guests. So for those of you who weren't here last year, hello, all my friends are popping in. For those of you who weren't here last year, the first panel of last year's conference was also talking about issues of identity and diversity, because so many friendly faces, I get so excited. Again, PanParacon was created in response to conferences opening up and in the middle of the pandemic, and this idea of like, how can we communicate with other people? How can we create community and still be safe? And the pandemic is still raging. So again, we're keeping this online. This is also an accessibility issue because not everyone can spend all the money that it takes to go to events around the country. But if you have an internet connection, you can hop on an online conference and have a conversation with some friends. And again, also because I have some strong Scorpio placements, get really angry at a lot of paranormal conferences that have lineups that all just kind of look the same, because there are so many people from so many walks of life who have experiences with the paranormal, experiences with the occult, just was weird and unconventional experiences. And why not give space for everyone to talk about their experiences with the otherworldly? I figured that term could kind of encompass all of the experiences with the unconventional, with the non-mundane. So if you want to go around first and introduce all of yourselves, I guess we'll start with you, Kai, since you are on my left.
Hey everybody, my name is Kai. I use they, them pronouns. I currently live in the weirdo city of Portland, Oregon. I am a Liminal Earth ambassador. So if you WUFO, you may have seen me pop in there a few times and have also had a plethora of odd experiences. So excited to hang out with everybody. And I've been doing a little bit of behind the scenes social media posting for the PanParacon crew, which is why you saw me pop in a little bit before everybody else.
Thank you. Dash, you are next in this lineup for me.
I don't know what it looks like from your side. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Dash, pronouns they, them. I paranormal investigate, and I run a tongue-in-cheek psychic advice podcast that we're going to do a live episode as part of PanParacon tomorrow. Yeah, I live in Providence, Rhode Island, and it's lovely here. If you've never been, I don't know what I'm doing. Hi, I'm Dash. That's my whole thing.
I think that's perfect.
If you're gonna do this, you got to work in the showing off.
The nails?
Yes.
All right, Mortellus, you are next in my lineup.
Hi, I am calling you all from like a hurricane remnant bunker. It might get a little scary since I'm in a shed right now. So if I disappear, you'll know I was swept away, sort of Wizard of Oz style. I'm a witch, a mortician, an author, a necromancer, a parent, they, them, lots of stuff. And I'll use my intro to say hi to my kids, Soren and Luna, because they're watching our panel. They're tiny little 4-year-old selves. So hi, Soren and Luna.
Hello, my friends. All right, and then Nick and Leslie.
Want to go first?
Hi, we are sharing a space right now. My sister and our 2-year-old niece are visiting, and she is
Loud.
She has literally spent the last 2 hours nonstop running around the house yelling. And this is the only room where we're not gonna hear a ton of that. So we figured let's go ahead and just share a space. So we may intermittently be blurry, because this is where we're at. This is what's happening.
Amazing.
So,
Mine are 4-year-old twins, so it's nuts here too most of the time.
Yeah. So my name is Nick. I use they, them pronouns. I'm an occultist, a DEI advocate. I run a blog where I yell about fascism sometimes. We are both coming to you from the post-hurricane space in West Central Florida, where fortunately things weren't quite as rough as they could have been. But definitely sending good energy your way, Mortellus. Ian is not playing around.
Mm-mm.
I'm Leslie. I use she, her pronouns, although I am also very cool with they, them. I am a magic practitioner, and you may at this point know me for art stuff. I draw and paint things, and then I post them on the internet.
Fantastic. So again, like all my friends are here, it's very hard for me not to just like get into a very casual conversation talking about like inclusion and fascism, because that's what I've talked about, I think, with all of you.
Yes, please.
And that's why I also wanted all of you here, because you're all very open in talking about what it's like to be in a community of people who have been othered, right? Like we're all into things that are non-conventional, and then to be othered in that community, to be ostracized from the people who have already been ostracized. And I guess I'll open this up. What has been, I guess, the most frustrating? We'll start with the frustrations, then we'll get to the joys, right? What has been the most frustrating aspect of engaging with these kind of different spaces and having a marginalized identity and having that like reaffirmed, I guess, in these spaces that to me should be a little more open. We believe in Bigfoot and gods and aliens and all sorts of other things. So how do you express that in these spaces?
Everyone's so nice. No one wants to just jump in and talk over
No.
each other.
I was gonna call them Mortellus because they were unmuted.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, I never mute. I always feel like that makes like this weird void of noise where people don't feel like humans. It's bizarre to me. I can't do it. But I've also got these to drown out all the chaos. But yeah, I think for me, one of the big things is it's weird how like we have this sort of I don't know, like demilitarized zone between the occult community and the paranormal community, but they don't play nice at all. I have been shut out from so many events, specifically statedly because I'm a witch, which is hilarious. It's weirdly sort of Christian sometimes. We've got exorcisms and priests and all this stuff, but then it's like, oh no, I don't think that will go over with our audience. It's just sort of hilarious to me how sort of strange that is. Has anyone else kind of experienced that?
No,
I think that there are a lot of ways that like, and I want to make this very clear that like this is not meant to be a knock against anyone who is simultaneously a weirdo and Christian. Like that's not
Totally.
what I'm talking about, but there are a lot of ways that like cultural Christianity has kind of seeped in or maybe was always there. And I mean, we can blame the Warrens till we're blue in the face, but like, let's be honest, it's more than that. It's a lot more than that. I think that some of it comes from the fact that a lot of the people who occupy both like a paranormal and like the intersection of like paranormal and like pagan spaces, it's not always, but it's usually people who are coming from an oppressive religious background who think that they have like exorcised the cultural Christianity from their perceptions, but have not actually. And you get that in all sorts of weird ways where it's just like, I don't know, when we get to talking about like soul bonds and like maybe we should be careful with like who we're having sex with, for example, because we're creating a lifelong soul tie. I just get transported back to like 8th grade health class where I'm like taking tape off my skin and putting it on everybody else so we can talk about how dirty we all are. I think that, and like,
I did not go to elementary school or high school. Did that happen? That's so weird.
Well, okay, look, I don't know if it happened everywhere. I grew up in the Deep South. So like I don't know what was going on elsewhere. I know that in Savannah, Georgia, they had us like signing abstinence contracts and all that because apparently that's their business at the age of like 13. It's fine. No one should interrogate that. Let's just let that go. We'll just let that be. But I feel like you see it in a lot of other ways too, and I didn't intend to like go ahead and get into this already because this is a spicy thing that a lot of my contemporaries are really not going to like. But I'm really tired of hearing about manifestation. I'm really tired of this idea that like constantly thinking about something makes it happen because somehow the universe, right, or gods or whomever are these like omnipotent things that like know your thoughts and make things happen. And it's one thing when people are talking about like what you perceive is your reality, right? So if I go into everything thinking that bad things are going to happen, now I'm subconsciously scanning for bad things. So of course I think that bad things happen. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like you wouldn't stop thinking about this thing, so it's literally going to happen. Bruh, like I've had obsessive compulsive disorder my whole life. Now I don't know how familiar y'all are with what that means. Happy to explain it, if need be. But the short version is if thinking about something repetitively could make it happen, do you know how fucked I would be by now? Like, do you know the depth to which everything in my life would be fucked by now? It's pretty astronomical, so I feel like having, and I'm sorry, I'm taking up a lot of time here. If
We got 2 hours. You're good.
Okay. Look, I wouldn't say that I love the sound of my own voice, but anxiety has never deterred me from talking. So,
Can confirm.
if at any point you need to just like rush me out of here like a little mama at the VMAs, please just play the music and kick me out. I will understand. I will get it. But you know, so I was diagnosed with OCD when I was 6, and it's kind of been like a lifelong problem, and I've been hospitalized twice. I've been on like a dozen different meds. I've seen specialists, like, and this is as good as it gets for me. So, you know, do with that what you will. I won't think about that for now. One of the worst experiences I've ever had with OCD is with the subtype of religious OCD. So literally everything I'm doing at this point in my life is kind of a victory, but it's not helpful to be surrounded by a group of people who on the one hand claim to be part of a community that is necessarily, if not post-Christian, like at times explicitly anti-Christian. And yet they're constantly still yelling at me about Satan and Jesus. And it's just like, how are we still doing this? Like, and how do you not realize what you're doing?
Well, I feel like also the sort of the fixation on manifesting and that sort of like that genre of discourse, I think is really sort of built on just a sort of like bootstraps ideology too, that is like fully part of, you know, white supremacist shit of like, oh, well, if your life isn't the way that you want it, it's because you haven't done enough active thinking. It's not because of the system in place. It's just, it's your brain. You have to brain harder. And that's why your life is not where you want it to be.
That's an excellent point.
I'm all about impact and context over intent and manifestation. I don't give a shit what you meant to do or how you meant for it to turn. What matters is what happened. But context, I think, is huge. It's far more important in magic and work than it is, I think, given credit. For example, I think knowing something is half the work you're doing. Like once you think about something in its fullness, it affects how you interact with it. Like we don't spend a lot of time thinking about Frankenstein being a vegetarian, but it's explicitly stated in the book. And once you hear that sentence, you have to pause with it and you sort of readjust how you view the character. Right. Context is hugely impactful.
Yeah. And I didn't think about this until you mentioned it, Leslie, but this idea of this like Calvinist root that is still in all of us and still in all of our practice, and how you really have to work towards like rooting out all of these systems that get placed on you. But I really want to touch on too this idea of both mental illness, but also just neurodivergence, because you had brought up this idea when dealing with like older texts. Again, I have not been officially diagnosed, but I bet I
But
have
if you were a
ADHD.
gambling man.
Yeah, exactly. Which, hey, impulsivity, ADHD also.
Let's not interrogate it too hard.
But just this idea of, again, how do we like this kind of a purity, almost like we have to read the original texts in the original way that they're presented. And is that really serving people? Again, if we're looking at context and we're looking at relationship with the text, and we want to have these experiences, doesn't it like shouldn't we be broadening up the avenues for experiencing these other things, as opposed to saying like, no, unless you're reading it in this language or in this archaic
Right.
version of this language, you can't access the truth. And even the idea of asking for accessible measures, and some people even claim that it's like you want the easy way out. It's like, no, I just want a way that my brain will process this better and I can engage with this.
Nick-
Also, I think
I know.
that there is a world in which, like, first of all, it's super classist to be like, if you can't read this in the original dead languages, too bad for you. You're not a good occult person. It's like, sorry, that's not working for me. And also the fact that so much of the problems that are systemic in our culture writ large and in our smaller communities have to do with things that we are having a hard time unlearning. A lot of the homophobia and like weird correlations between sex and gender, and this idea that there are only two of each of those things, is based on old information from Charles Darwin. Like, we have microscopes and so many things now that Charles didn't have on the Beagle. He did his best, but there's so much that wasn't known then. Why are we still basing all of our understanding on texts from 400 or 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago? That's why I love Liminal Earth so much, is that like, we're like, nah, I don't need any of your stuff. Like, I'm just gonna make up my own things. I'm just gonna go out in my yard and find some rocks and acorns and like talk to the plants that live there about what I should be up to. Like, I don't think that which isn't to say we should throw away the entire past, but like holding it precious got us in the situation that Christianity is in, that got us in the situation that our country is in with the Constitution and those founding documents. Like, these old documents aren't doing us a huge favor.
Nick, I think you had a post a while ago about working with gods and deities in like updated and just sort of ways that make sense for now, and not being fixated on like whatever the old practice was. And I feel like that was like a brain blast for me, where I was like,
I was about to say, like, pal, it's your time. It is your time.
I think in so many ways that a lot of, it's funny that we so many, especially people who practice paganism, they can acknowledge that we're practicing religious practices or cultural practices, sometimes from cultures that don't really exist anymore in that form, but that because they don't exist anymore, we can't like go talk to somebody and say like, hey, you person who is following Asatru, who's following the same thing that they were doing 1,000 years ago, what should we do on Saturday? So like we can both acknowledge that these are like weird, not quite dead things, but like things from the past, but also because we're having to reconstruct so many things, that they're still very much living, breathing traditions. And in some cases, like Like Druids actually think that their tradition is living and breathing, but it's static and it doesn't make any sense. And I mean, Kai, I think you bring up an excellent point tying it to the Constitution in the US, that it's the same thing, that was meant to be a living, breathing document that was an ongoing conversation with the present, and in some cases with the future. And it's wild to me that, like, so I'm a Thelemite. My religious tradition is barely 100 years old, and yet it's frozen in history in like 1947.
In some ways, it is already outdated as hell.
Right. Like
as a Gardnerian, I feel that.
Yeah. I mean, my grandma was one in 1947. I shouldn't, like, why should I be like thinking the same thoughts that people were thinking when my grandma couldn't talk yet? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why should I be practicing religious thoughts? I mean, we are married. Why should I be practicing religious thoughts that are frozen in time from before our marriage was legal?
Which is also younger than our parents.
Right.
Just to put that out there. You know, just in case anyone needed a new flavor to add to that.
So I mean, like, or why should I be practicing religious thoughts that are older than the concept of legal sodomy in the United States? Like, none of those things make any sense. I used to say in college, and I've stopped saying this for a reason, but I used to say that I didn't want to listen to anybody's opinion that was made before people started pooping inside. Because it's just like such a fundamental, boring and normal interaction that we all go through now, that, like, I don't want to say that it shapes everything that all of us do, but, like, it's pretty foundational to how we think about moving through the world, that if we need to go to the bathroom, we can stay in the building. So, like, what other weird things about these...
Or, like, at least you ain't gotta go in the street.
Right.
Like...
So, like, what things about these traditions are reflective of times that are meant to be thought through the context of, like, you don't go more than 10 miles away from where you were born ever? What kinds of things about these traditions are built around the idea that, like, after 8 o'clock at night, if it's the summer, and after maybe like 3 in the afternoon, if it's in the winter, it's just dark, unless you have enough money for firewood or candles. Like, there's just so many crazy things about, and crazy isn't even the right word, but there are just so many things about all of these traditions in witchcraft and magic that it's old stuff built by old people who, I mean, some of them would be astounded at the fact that we have, like, mixed fiber shirts.
I'm not really interested in advice on how I should live my life from people who would be mystified at the existence of, like, a dishwasher.
Yeah. Or a lawnmower.
Like, if the idea of antibiotics is too much for you to handle, let's maybe step away from the idea that you have too much to say that's worthwhile to me. I do think, though, that because I think that that's all true, and I also think that another issue is that people forget that more often than not, the texts that we have from these, like, you know, bygone eras, TM, right, were not written by theologians, and if they were usually Christians. So people who strongly adhere to a traditional idea of, like, Celtic paganism generally don't pay too much attention to the fact that most of the writings that we have came from Christian missionaries who were transcribing these myths, shall we say, through their own lens. We don't have a written tradition prior to that, at least not in many cultures, right? Because, I mean, let's not paint everything with a broad brush here, but it's the same thing with, like, Hellenic paganism, right? Like, so many of the foundational texts that people will point you to are plays that were written by Homer, for example. Like, well, okay, but, like, my dude was not a clergyman, my dude was an entertainer. it's not that there's not still important information contained there, right? I mean, there's plenty of things that you can, glean about Christianity, for example, through one of the millions of, like young adult novels or movies or TV shows or whatever that are like, if not explicitly Christian, then like they might as well be. It's not that you can't get important concepts of what it is that Christians think and what Christian mythology holds, but it is true that maybe something starring Candace Cameron is not the same thing as like studying the Bible. And we also know that the Bible was not written by Jesus or his contemporaries. These were written by people who were like, yeah, man, like he fucking said this. Do you believe that shit? Like, no, I don't, because like I was not there.
They were elaborate fan fiction. It was popular to write fan fiction about
so like
Christ.
Not to get too chaotic here, at least not this early in the evening. Like everything is made up. It's all made up, and it is all matters of perspective. And it's not that these myths don't exist. It's not that the figures in them absolutely didn't exist, although we don't know that, right? Like, I mean, we can't know anything. But let's maybe stop insisting that all of our understandings must come from a time where people somehow had this access to pure truth, when in fact, these were plays. These were things that were made to make people with nothing better to do be a little bit less bored on their way to the grave. Like, these are not things that were meant to be deeply meaningful. Or maybe they were, but again, there's a difference between entertainment and theology. So it's not great to conflate the two, but it's even worse to suggest that somehow if you push beyond that, that you're doing it wrong.
Well, and even oh no, I was gonna say, and even if you are a person who reads old texts and finds a lot of value and meaning in things, I think the really important thing is the idea that it is okay to let go of things that no longer serve us or serve our peers or the people around us. I think that's the big thing, which is, I have read a lot of old plays and taken a lot personally from them and been like, sick, these are great. I love this. Turning into ants, extremely cool. I love it. And that's not to say that there is intrinsically no value in something that's old, but it is to say that there are elements that we have to be okay discarding. And I think that's part of it. And I think it's sort of tied into this idea of piety and sort of filial piety, and this idea that just because something is ancient, it is worthy of respect. And that's something that I fundamentally disagree with. And there are plenty of ancient things and people who are worthy of respect, but not all of them. And that's the focus for me at the very least.
But let's be real, basing ideas about theology on plays has about as much sense as rebuilding Catholicism from that one episode of Schitt's Creek. Doesn't
might
work.
Be better.
It would probably be better.
Might be better.
I feel like we also were you.
I was gonna kind of shift the conversation a little bit. So if you
okay.
had something else to
Yeah,
say
if
it.
it
Yeah.
Me too.
I think that another difficulty, right, is it's like, even if we go with the idea that like the only way to access things is by, reading the ancient tomes, so to speak, even though again a lot of this shit was written in the last like century, right? Like, and a lot of it comes from like actually fiction. It's just that back in the day, right, when you didn't have the internet, just saying something was basically as good as it being true. You know what I mean? Like, me telling you something, that's almost as good as you reading a fucking book. So, like, clearly there must be truth here. It's really easy to call something the truth when you can't fact check it. So, but let's go with the idea that there's never been anything wrong with any of these texts. Even if we're going to read them, we have such a stigma placed on the idea of interpreting them differently than we would have interpreted them previously. So, like, Nick being a Thelemite and me being a whatever the fuck I am, like, a thing that I've talked about a lot that immediately rules me out from even calling myself a Thelemite is that I think it's kind of maybe inaccurate to say that Crowley was a prophet. Some of that is that personally, I don't believe in prophets in the first place. I think that sometimes people pick something up and they're right about it, but I don't think that A, that means that they were chosen, and B, you cannot tell me that it has only ever been white men receiving divine messaging. Okay? You're not going to convince me of that. But let's go with the idea that somehow Crowley was a prophet. No, he wasn't, because he is not the one that channeled the messages. His wife channeled the messages. My dude was a scribe at best. But that being the way that I see things, first of all, I just started like 60 different fights on Twitter, and I'm sure of that. But it also immediately disqualifies me from participating in a community that in some ways, you know, purports itself to be like very progressive, but in other ways is really clinging to this idea that like somehow Crowley was the absolute truth when like, I don't know. Look, I'm not saying that substance abuse is a reason to not take people seriously, but I am saying that if all of your writings came from like a coke fever, maybe some of it wasn't on the money. That's all I'm saying. Maybe you missed something, maybe you've overstated something, or maybe you were just fucking around and I have no way to know that. It's not that I think that there's not still important information there, but even just the fact that I disagree about what his role even was in the first place immediately cuts me out of a conversation. And to go back to what we were talking about in the beginning, this idea that we must access like the ancient tomes, right? And that it's the easy way out. Like, okay, so what's fucking wrong with me wanting at least one thing in my life to be easy? Like, why? I'm not asking someone to spoon feed me my opinions. I'm asking for the exact opposite. But it really does feel like an extension of every other experience in my life, every workplace, every school environment, everything where I ever needed any sort of accommodation. People who do not have disabilities or who are not neurodivergent tend to think of accommodations as just being perks. And they look at it and they're like, oh, well, why do you get that? Because you don't fucking need it. That's why. I do. I literally need this. So, like, that's why I get it. Because I need it to function and you don't. But people can't stand that. So it's just like, so what you're telling me then is that I'm not trying hard enough when all a bitch is asking for is an audiobook. That's not that hard. Or to ask for things to be translated out of Edwardian English. Like, that's not accessible to most people at this point. It's also, personal opinion, boring. So like, I'm not going to be able to pay attention. I have a hard time with reading comprehension. I have a hard time with focusing. I have ADHD, and because I have OCD, I always have like 60 different things going on in my head, and all of them are equally disturbing, and I can't turn it off. So sometimes I miss things because of that. It's much easier if I can be engaged in a conversation, and audiobooks kind of do that for me. And I know that we have a few people kind of in our broader community who are actually trying to make things accessible and actually trying to create spaces like this. Hopefully those people know that this is not like at them. It's extremely frustrating that it's literally built into the fabric of the way this broader community works, that like not only is it considered, you know, taking the easy way out to ask for accommodations to make something actually work for you, you also, if you are able to access those things, you are not allowed to have a differing opinion, even though we claim to be a group of free thinkers.
It's different ways of gatekeeping without actually calling it gatekeeping. It's like, oh, well, you have to do the work in order to be part of this. It's like, how much of this is work? And then again, how much of this are you just creating structures that just automatically filter out people that you don't actually want to interact with anyway, because you don't want to interact with anyone who doesn't look like you or think like you, or again, going to fall into these orthodoxies, which seem to pop up in all of these different spaces. I mean, Mortellus, you've talked about this a bunch as a Gardnerian, which like the kind of shocking amount of expectation of orthodoxy with gender and all sorts of other things.
I had to go through a lot of shit to get the requisite titles to then tell everyone else to eat a dick. Look, I started a fight on Twitter. Yay.
This is the spice panel. This is great.
Jimmy's must be rustled.
These must be Russell.
I think it's really interesting that the thing that you were just saying that I think ties into the original question, which is how do you find sort of existing as a marginalized person in a marginalized space, and the idea of not being able to ask people for accommodations, not being able to ask people for things that you need, whether that is an act of change from the way that things are, or even just to be treated different. I think that it goes into what has been my experience, with marginalization, and that is just not knowing who you can fucking trust. And I think very early on, so I have been reading and doing all this shit on my own, but as soon as I started, working on a pilot and actually participating, I would say, in the community beyond just my own study, you meet a lot of people right up front. And if you're new to this, which is wild because I've done social things before and I had the same experience then, and you'd think I would learn, but I don't. You meet, I found a book that was about exactly a thing that I had been thinking about. And I was like, this is amazing. This is life-changing. And I read this book and I was like, I got to talk to this guy. And I found his email address and I emailed him and we talked for an hour on the phone and it was great. And then he started talking to me about QAnon and I was like, okay, well, all right, whoops-a-doop, you know what I mean? But it's this thing where you can't, it is so hard, especially in a field where like you turn a corner and you can be like, hey, actually that the thing that I know you're joking, it is a super anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that everything you're talking about. I know you don't know it, but it is. And it's hard to know who to trust. And I think that's sort of my big thing. And that's why I love a space like this where it's sort of at the very least, we are all bought into the idea that being marginalized is not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like that is a bar on the floor, but it is a bar that a lot of people fail to.
They trip right over it.
Sometimes you think the bar can't possibly get any lower, and then someone shows up with a shovel. So,
right.
Like James Cameron would have to dive for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it really, at this point, my experience with the paranormal community, with the magical, occult, yada yada community is very much, my approach is just, okay, but who all gonna be there? Like, I need somebody that I know to be there, and I need to know that that person that I know feels like this is an okay place to be.
I never felt more shut out from literally everything, like a door in my face, than when I put an ethics statement up in my press and media page. Oh, yep. Someone literally, a publicist literally told me that I was, quote, impossible to work with because I had an ethics statement.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
This is something that I get so angry about, that we have normalized, again, to Dash's point, like the anti-Semitic QAnon, and again, just all of these racist, horrible conspiracy theories. Mm-hmm. And that idea, well, but it's like, no, I don't care if they have the literal Ark of the Covenant. I don't want to talk to these people
right.
Because they are spewing terrible ideologies that hurt actual people. Mm-hmm. And again, that is my whole like ethos with all of this. It's like, okay, great. You're into witchcraft. Cool. You love aliens. Awesome. You want to talk about the fairy. Great. But you have to put people first. Like, we are here on this planet interacting with each other, trying to be in community, trying to be humans who are all going through it in year 3 of a global pandemic, right? On top of everything else, right? And to not center, again, human relationships, interacting with people, and to sacrifice all of that, and to sacrifice people of marginalized identities in order to have access to some truths. again, you are not somebody I want to talk to. Like it's so funny because for PanParacon, I want an even more robust, like you sent your ethics statement, Mortalis, and I was like, we got to do more. We got to make more of a stand.
No, you write all this stuff and you make it fit in like 2 sentences that are like, actually, I don't like anybody. Get out. The whole thing. I don't want to hang out with you. I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's interesting the idea of like of humans first, and I think what's interesting even as as you consume ghost show media or whatever, like these people handle everything with an extremely like imperial and extremely sort of colonial mindset, even if they're dealing with something that they're trying to communicate with. And Mortalis, you talk about this stuff a lot, and I feel like I've gotten a lot just from listening to you talk about this, but people are disrespectful to other humans as well as the things that they claim to be very interested in chatting with.
Everything we want to ask the dead is about the worst things that happen to them. We automatically assume that they are male or female. We assume that the soul is a singular thing, which is the most modern Christian thing you can cram into a paranormal space. Hilarious to think you're not contaminating every environment with bits of yourself, if nothing else. That's a
Only
soapbox.
English speakers are ever ghosts. And if they were not naturally English speakers, they learned it upon dying.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I think ultimately a lot of this stuff comes back to the fact that a lot of people who engage with the paranormal, who engage with witchcraft or magic, that they're coming from a fundamentally conservative worldview of the idea that like we already know everything that is possible to know. So at this point, all we're trying to do is confirm that we're right.
Yeah.
Rather than saying like the world is huge and like everything that we can see only makes up like a tiny percentage of everything that is. So let me like be curious and see what's over there and see what that person has to say about these things. So it's like not important to question if everything that like has voiced some negative intention that you can't see as a demon, because like I already know that that's true, so like why wouldn't it be true? Or like everything that comes from the sky and like seems like it's in like a weird spacecraft thing is an alien, and that every alien is a weird thing that comes from the sky.
I always laugh when UFOs go into a whole thing, because it's just like, I'm not even saying that UFOs aren't a thing, but I can't help but laugh because it's like definitionally all you're bragging to me about is that you saw something and didn't know what it was. Like that's literally what you have just told me, is that you saw an object in the sky and couldn't recognize it. Like that's all you're bragging about here. Like, bruh, raise your standards. Is that really the best thing that's happened to you all week, is that you saw something and didn't know what it was?
Anything could be a UFO if you're bad at identifying stuff.
Right. And once you know what it is simply an FO. And once it's not flying anymore, it is simply an O. Like, bruh, come on now. Let's maybe do a little less.
I started watching one of those bad ghost shows because it's fun, and I can admit that with only a little bit of shame. And one of the guys is like has decided very early on that the fairies are actively trying to stop his investigation, and there's a voiceover where he's like, I don't care that they're trying to stop me. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And it's like, I'm going to defeat these fairies. And I just think that there's something so beautiful about the hubris of white men. That's just like, say, hey, good luck, dude.
And it's just like, they were not involved until they heard you say that. And now they're like, bet.
Well, and also like treating it like it's a video game boss that you have to defeat. Right? Like, I'll pull out my special move, we'll defeat the fairies. Like, again,
go
ahead.
I have to come back around to like demons and stuff. That's a soapbox for me.
Please.
First of all, hilarious that we're not all applying that to bullshit like Pope Honorarius and the grimoires from 14th, 15th century, where we're trying to demonize necromantic practices as though pagans didn't think that everything Catholics were doing was weird and gross. We're not bedazzling corpses. That's on y'all. But who remembers chat roulette? Anybody?
Yes.
Come on, any person left in front of that screen for long enough will be a troll. And you're just going to. Why in the goddamn hell do we not give that much benefit of the doubt to the dead that show up for the random payphone on the street that is a spirit board? Of course they're gonna fuck with you. I would. If I answered that call, I'm gonna tell that guy I'm Satan. It's gonna be fun. Don't do it. That's what we got so many complaints last time, Steve. Gonna do it. I'm gonna tell him I'm Satan.
There's a show. There's another one of those same exact ghost shows that the entire run is based on one EVP from the first episode where something sounds like "I'm a demon," and it's like, I don't know that's what they would say, right? Surely, if you got in touch with a demon, a thing that I find mostly apocryphal conceptually, is that the opening
unless it's
line?
my mother.
Not even a
Ghost
name.
was trying to bond with you over its love of Matt Damon, and this is what you do.
Right?
This is what you do with this conversation.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
you channeled the sleeping Matt Damon. Good to yeah.
You know, I just get a lot of strong feelings about The Martian. Okay, a lot of strong feelings about it, and you've ruined that conversation. Now it's just a demon. We've ruined the arc of this conversation.
Why is it though that the ghost that shows up on the other side of the line isn't ever just really boring?
Yeah.
You know, I don't have anything to tell you. I died of old age here. Made
I led an
runs,
uneventful life. Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Or like asking questions back. Like there's never a ghost that's like, I died right before the series finale of Seinfeld. What happened? Like, tell me what happened.
Nothing.
I think Martellus is onto something here, though. It's the people who pick up the payphone. Like, of course, if you are just like you're gonna get like folks with a 12-year-old mentality who's like, you're like, is your refrigerator running? You better go and catch it. Like, that's the kind of like, if I'm like up or down or sideways or wherever it is that happens after I'm dead, like, I hope I have better things to do than just like sitting around waiting to see if anybody I might care about gets out a Ouija board. Unless we schedule that ahead of the time.
But if I'm wandering around the underworld and I hear one ringing, I'm getting in that though. Yes. Hello. Am I?
Satan, how can I help you?
Hold on, are you TikToking this? Good. No, cool.
Yes, what is TikTok?
Did you know that global warming is affecting us down here too?
It's very hot. There weren't always flames and stuff. It's just terrible.
It's, this is so funny because I hadn't thought about this until we started having this conversation, that there's this assumption in most ghost shows, right? Either we are dealing with demons, like actual demons, or we're dealing with people who are being completely truthful, like for this idea that once you cross over, you've just been purged of any trickster impulses whatsoever.
And let me be clear, I don't think lying is malicious.
No.
Yeah.
It's the chat roulette problem. I say
Sometimes
this all the
it's
time.
funny.
It's the dead are human, right? If you walk into a Walmart or anywhere equally crowded, the odds of there being someone truly evil in there with you are so infinitesimal as to be statistically pointless to even consider. Like, there's not a Jeffrey Dahmer in your Walmart, but there's probably also not anyone truly good. There's not a Florence Nightingale in the Walmart at 2 p.m. on a Friday, you know? Everyone in there is the same flavor of shitty, just like you, you know? They're happy to troll you and be ridiculous, because what else are they doing? If they're stuck in this shed in the woods in the middle of nowhere, if that's their existence and you're the first person to show up, I'm having fun with this, you know?
And even beyond that, like not only is no one in the Walmart you know, a Jeffrey Dahmer, they're also probably not an expert on the specific thing you're trying to figure out, even as helpful as they might want to be. Like,
Yeah. How did you die? I don't know. I was dead before nobody told me.
Can you tell me about the history of this place? I mean, maybe.
I can't tell you the history of the Walmart I'm standing in.
Like, I literally moved in and had a heart attack that night. What do you want from me? Like, but I feel like the fact that we approach, you know, ghost hunting, which calling it that in the first place is already kind of its own whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. But we approach it with such like staunch seriousness. And that also kind of feels like a Christian hangover of like, totally. It's the strangest thing, because on the one hand, right, like Christianity is, okay, I'm just going to say all my spicy things and start all the fights on Twitter, whatever. It's a death cult. No one can change my mind. So it's a death cult. Dying is the best thing that can ever happen to you. And everything in your life is this rehearsal for, you know, whatever goes on later. Now, admittedly, in that rehearsal, you're supposed to do very fucking little, but whatever, right? Like, and at the same time, though, we completely avoid the topic of death. We venerate it, but we also act like it will never happen to us. And when it does, it can't possibly be an okay thing. So it kind of feels like a hangover from that to me, that we have, again, if we're going with the assumption that all ghosts are dead people, right? Like, I don't know, I'm a serious person, but like, I'm not that serious. I want to hear some jokes. I like to yuck it up sometimes. If you come to me and all you ever ask me is how many times I got stabbed, which like I probably wasn't even stabbed to death, like, do you think that's what I want to hear forever? Like, would you countenance someone walking into your home and yelling at you to square up and then demanding details about the worst things that ever happened to you? Like, absolutely not. You don't think these people want to hear jokes sometimes? Like, they're fucking dead. They're probably bored if they're stuck in this house, and you can't even come in with some levity?
And why is it that, you know, when I'm watching other paranormal investigators, you know, on whatever program or thing, they never account for sarcasm?
Yeah.
Right.
Ever.
There's this assumption that everything is sort of flatly delivered, right? There's no room for sarcasm or frustration or anger, and it's like, well, how many times were you stabbed when you died? Well, I'm going to stab you. Well, oh, that's very serious and real. But maybe they're just fed up with your ass, like.
Right, or at the very least, like, maybe they're telling you the truth, but they're not answering the question that you thought they were answering. Right, maybe they're answering a question that they thought should have been asked, or they're not answering you at all, they're just talking, right? And you happened to catch part of it. But, you know, when we hear someone, like, if we were to get, like, an EVP of someone talking about a knife and blood and all that, like, 9 out of 10 paranormal investigators are going to listen to that and be like, oh my god, we're in danger, when, like, maybe they were just trying to tell you how they fucking died. Maybe they died violently, and they're answering the question that you asked, like, 5 minutes ago, and there was, like, a delay in the chat, and you didn't think to make that connection because you kind of just wanted to be talking to a demon. Like,
maybe they're describing their job at a butcher shop.
Again, context, right? The context matters. And if you don't know the context of certain information, you're just projecting all of your assumptions. Again, your imperialism, your colonialism, all of your baggage from whatever your upbringing was onto the situation, onto, again, if you see them as people, onto these people. Like, if you think you're having a conversation, listen to what they're saying, you know, and again, don't just put all of your baggage on them. Like really just let it live.
I was probably not going to say this ever. It's a thought I've had before, but it popped into my mind. So you get it. Here we go. If I could see an investigation where somebody is talking to someone who was put to death for being a witch, for example, where they didn't sound like they were having a lot of fun with how they died or that they enjoyed it because it makes good content, that would be super cool.
Yeah.
Yes. Why are we just sort of glorifying horror?
Right.
Yeah.
It's exploitation. Again, if we think that we're talking to people, we are exploiting people's the worst moments of their lives for entertainment, for clicks on YouTube, for TikTok views, for whatever clout in the paranormal community. Although, what is that?
And it goes even more explicit too when you see all of the people who are doing like, oh, let's get a bunch of people out to do a paranormal investigation tour on a plantation or whatever, and it's like, no, it's the same thing of like it is exploiting trauma. I mean, obviously that is worse than talking to someone about their individual death, I think, but it is a similar sort of exploitative mentality of this field that I think comes down to entitlement and ownership, and people feel like they are entitled to a spooky experience wherever they want. People feel like they are entitled to a practice from a culture that's just because it sounds interesting or cool to them or fun or whatever. And it is an attitude of entitlement from the investigators and spiritualists of a very specific hue.
I mean,
Traditionally,
that's what happens when everyone who's investigating are cis-het white people. Like,
fully, yes.
when you only move through the world like a cis-het white person, demanding that people do whatever you want with your big Karen energy, like, it's just that I think that one of the gifts of being a marginalized, like a member of a number of marginalized, like intersecting communities, is that although I was born white and have a lot of privilege that comes with that, I also have experienced that feeling of like, oh, I'm the only one in the room the way that I am, and that makes me a target. So I almost feel a little bit bad for like they're just out there kind of like smashing around, and there are opportunities in 2022, in 2020, in 2015 to know better. So I don't extend them some sort of grace, but I do think that I'm lucky, like in some ways, to have this other lens of looking through things, because I think it does give me a fresh take. And I think that can be kind of a superpower for, everybody on this panel and a lot of folks watching.
Well, I think it's so important to sort of, as we frame ourselves in terms of not existing in the sort of the big, very obvious ways that a lot of cisgendered heterosexual people do, to not act like that. I think to your point, Kai, to not act like that is a get out of jail free card for us in general. I think, I am very happy to start down a path and have someone say, actually, let me explain to you why that's the wrong path for you to be on specifically. And then it's like, oh, cool, I didn't know. Let me course correct. And I think I'm a, for a non-binary mixed race person, there are struggles that I've had for sure that other people haven't had, but there are a lot of struggles that I've not had, as a mostly able-bodied person, that I'm fully unaware of. And so the more I sort of listen to people who have been through things that I haven't been through, it's I mean, it's very disheartening to be like, oh, the whole system just bad, huh? The whole thing all bad. Cool. Good to know.
Yep. It's just bad all the way down.
This is great. Really cool. Really feels good on my insides. But it's important, I think, to sort of, I think the biggest thing that I try to take into all of this, because so much, at least for me, so much of the magical and the paranormal is about intaking new things and understanding new things and being open to new things. Because I think a lot of people, I forget who was saying before, a lot of people enter into something with the idea of like, I know what this is and I know where Bigfoot is because a computer told me, and I'm going to go shoot him with my gun. And I think that there's a lot of people who sort of enter into things with this idea of, I have a specific understanding of what X and Y is, and I'm going to go take a picture of it because I have a magic camera that's better than the millions of other people who have tried to take a picture of this thing. As opposed to the approach that I try to do, everything weird that I do, which is like, I don't know what's out there. Hopefully it's cool, and I'm gonna poke in a very respectful way. And I think that feels like the leg up that existing as a marginalized person in a marginalized field is, which is just like a reminder to myself to always be ready to be told that I'm wrong and to be told why I'm wrong and to not be weird about it.
Yeah, you have to just say, I fucked up. Oops. It's not that hard. It's embarrassing, weird, and you just do it and you get on with your day. But I think too, there's this sort of, it's the weirdest and worst superpower. It's like if you sat around, you're like, what horrible superpower would I have if I were an X-Man? I would make all sodas go flat if I thought about it hard or whatever. Like that would be terrible. That's just a villain. But when you appear to be a white, cis, straight person or whatever, and you're not, like I have a degenerative disease, but I don't look like I have a degenerative disease, and I look white even though I'm only recently finding out myself that I'm a mixed race person because, oh look, my racist family hid that from me my whole life.
Yeah, welcome to being a little bit Korean, Martellus. Hell yeah. Welcome to the team. What up?
But I'm the downy whitest person. Look at me. And that was my life's experience, right? Like I grew up with people who talked about going to KKK meetings. And I'm like, I know this is horrible and I'm 5. How are you not figuring it out? And I'm non-binary. I'm AFAB. I'm married to an AMAB person. We look like a straight cis couple. We're not. So these other like these cis white people come along and they'll be like, hello, fellow me type person, this terrible thing. And you're, oh no, you've misunderstood. I don't, this isn't going to fly.
Right.
I think a lot of this comes down to though, like we talk a lot about proof, and we talk a lot about like, I mean, Vanessa, earlier you were talking about being people-centered, and we, as a community, all the scare quotes in the world around the word community, we only accept certain things as proof, and we only accept certain kinds of stories from certain kinds of people. So like, I mean, I think a lot of this conversation that we've been having around kind of individual experiences is all of it's true, but like a lot of it wraps into that, like as a community, we don't talk about the like UFO experiences of Black people. As a community, we don't talk about the like ghost experiences of East Asian people. And like it wraps in both that we don't count those people's explanations of their own experiences as being valid or being worth it unless they were backed up by a white person. But then also like the things that are, and this is a really big problem in my opinion, in like cryptozoology and in ufology, that like we only count sort of the kinds of proof that are persuasive to like really science heavy, like hyper rationalists as proof. So like the only thing that's going to prove that Bigfoot is real is if somebody can drag a Bigfoot corpse in front of a TV camera
and perform an autopsy.
Right.
To like prove that it's not stuffed with newspaper or something.
Exactly. But like
Just
like if we think through like other ways of being able to prove things, whether it's about going back to folktales or to stories from specific regions, or being able to even just think through, like, I mean, I know at this point this is probably a joke for all of us, but like, what if Bigfoot is a ghost, or what if aliens are like the shadow of people from 200 years in the future, or something like that, and that just all of that would require way different proof than if we just assumed that like all aliens are like basically humans but with more arms or fewer eyes or something like that from like Alpha Centauri.
Well, Nick, to that point, even like another thing that drives me fucking crazy about every paranormal show is that they're like, well, what's the most compelling way that we can prove that this is a real thing? Let's talk to a fucking cop. Here's a cop. Here's a cop on the fucking thing.
Yeah.
And it's
No
like,
cop has ever lied before.
No, well, yeah,
They have to. It's in the law, right?
yeah, but like,
I
but
have
it's,
a
but it's-
folder of stuff I got from the
But it's this idea of who are we framing it for, and you're absolutely right. Where it's like, oh, who's the best person to tell us about UFOs? Gotta be someone from the military, and it's like, word,
they've never
okay,
lied.
cool, yeah, great. Or like, oh yeah, this cop said he saw. If I had a fucking nickel for every ghost show where someone's got a Blue Lives fucking flag on, it's like, why? What are we? I can't. It's infuriating because it is not only is it framing stuff in a way to appeal to a very specific kind of fucking dipshit. It is created in a way that makes it incredibly alienating to every fucking other person.
Yes.
Yes. And to that point, what frustrates me is when people say, I don't want to get political with any of this.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that I do for fun, right? I don't want woke
I
politics.
don't want it to be any political other than my political.
Right.
That,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right, in
The
which case, have you
neutral.
considered shutting up? Like,
I know.
When everyone listening rolls over to the tip jar, I want to see all cops are bad in the subject line.
every
in
single
there.
one, or we don't want your tips.
I'm as a person who is creating a show, an investigation show that I've talked to actually I think everyone on this panel about individually at different points. There's points where I'm watching where I'm like, I'm so fucking excited to be the only one where we never talk to a cop and never do a fucking exorcism. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't understand why it is that, like, we're having a national conversation about how PTSD impacts people who have served in the military, a lot of whom go on to become cops, and cops are basically militarized. So why is it that, like, all of these people who likely have suffered severe trauma have somehow a better memory than any of the rest of us? Like,
yeah.
somehow their flavor of authority, it like makes all of that disappear. Like, it's so out of touch with reality. It's
Well, they're not trusting the military ones. They're trusting the burned out high school football star ones. Do you know what I mean? It's a different genre of cop.
I will say I have severe PTSD from childhood trauma, and it takes a lot of personal work to manage that I don't see white guys on the police force putting in.
Yeah.
I want to make it clear that I'm not laughing about your trauma. I'm laughing about the burned out high school football.
But no, I should not be
That was
wandering the streets with a
disrespectful.
gun.
It needed to
Right.
be said. I loved it. But damn.
Well, and again, this idea of like mental health support, right? Like if we, and especially too, I always think about Jack Brewer's book, The Grays Have Been Framed, and talking about how people who've had UFO experiences typically talk about them as traumatic experiences. So in and of themselves, they're traumatizing. And we're not having conversations about any kind of trauma work around any of this, right? Let alone like having trauma from being in the military or having trauma because, you know, you also had a horrible childhood. And again, work and consistent work it takes in order to be a human being just walking through the world. If we don't have these broad,
sorry.
I was just gonna say we need to have these again. If we're trying to be in community, in some kind of community, or at least trying to interact with each other, we have to be mindful of trauma, of mental health issues, and again, this structural resistance to talking about mental health and again, so many people acting like it's not a thing, or oh, it happened in my past, I'm over it. Like, are you really? Because it probably changed your neurons and your cells. I doubt you're over it.
It's interesting. This is another time that the word community has come up. And I think this sort of goes to a grander point that I've been sort of thinking about for a while as a trans person on the internet, which is I think the vast majority of the time when people say community, they're using the wrong word. And I think the vast majority of the time people mean demographic, because those are different words and they have to be treated as such. Because like, I'm not in the same community as Caitlyn Jenner as a trans person. I'm not in the same community as Andrew Yang as an Asian person. Like these are people who are so separate from me, not just in terms of class, which is one of the big ways in which they are separate from me, but also just in terms of ideology and empathy and caring for people who are not themselves. And I think community is tough because we all want it to some degree, I think. And I think it is so much effort to build. Like we are all connected by one or another thing. And I still think this is demographic though. Like what you've organized here is the start of the process that builds a community. And that's beautiful and that's very cool. And I'm happy to be a part of this here, but I think it would be an error to say like this is a community. We are a community. We are a demographic with a lot in common from which a community can sprout. But those are important distinctions, at least to me.
I think that you're spot on, Dash. And I think another mistake that people make is that they conceptualize demographic as community. So then it makes it harder for them to push away people that have like no actual feeling of ties to that person or to other people in that community, in the demographic, beyond the fact that like everybody's really about aliens. But it doesn't make the space for like, Tom is actually just a huge asshole and is a misogynist and is a homophobe and like just shits all over everybody at any opportunity. But like Tom knows every fact about like, I don't know, the UFO flap from 67 to 72 in West Virginia. So like clearly we need him around and he's one of us. But it's like, no, he's not.
Well, and I think that it also like it not only makes it harder to kind of eschew people who really don't actually have a place in a community setting. I think that it also sets us up to disregard people who do belong in a community setting just because they don't fit a specific demographic. So I think that like, just to make it about my own stuff for a minute, right? Like as a queer person, as a disabled person, a mentally ill person, a mixed race person, like there's a number of intersections there that like we probably share some of those intersections. Mm-hmm. We probably don't share all of them. That doesn't mean that we can't, like all of us here, right? Just as an example, that doesn't mean that we can't be a perfectly functional community. But if we're only going by people who specifically match our demographics, we're gonna look to people who, I say this all the time, right? Like the idea of like an OCD community, like why? If that's all we have in common, if our mystical connection is that we have the same disorder, like, okay, cool. That don't mean we got dick to talk about. Like, because I don't want to be talking about this all the time, you know? And so it's just like, not only do we eschew people who would make sense in a community setting and not get rid of people who don't make sense in a community setting, we're also kind of setting ourselves up so that we are only ever talking about the same shit. Because if the people that I'm supposed to be in community with are people who only exactly model my own shit, what do we have to talk about except for those things? It's exhausting, it's boring, quite frankly.
Well, and I think there's space for a version of it, and I see this as I watch younger queer people fall for some purity culture stuff that is, you know, right-wing aligned without even realizing it. And I think to myself, I wish, you know, why is this so easy for younger queer people to fall for? And then I realize it's because their elders died in a pandemic, and we don't have, because we're missing an entire fucking generation of people. And so I think that there's versions of it where, like, I was, as a mixed race person with non-mixed race parents, it would have been great to have a single other person who could sit me down and be like, hey, this is gonna suck so bad from both of your parents for a number of reasons, and just sort of walk me through things. There is a community, that there's a sense of community from identity that is important and valuable, and that is just to prep someone for, like, hey, you exist in a world that is not for you and doesn't like you, and let me hold you by the hand and tell you how to maybe navigate that a little bit better. To Nick's point, that I think is also even further complicates it, is not just knowledge, it's the idea of being in a community that has celebrity that also makes it very, very, you know, people are not willing to push off someone who is toxic or transphobic or hateful in a number of ways, because maybe they have a TV show or maybe they do whatever. And I think that even sort of muddies the waters even more in terms of, like, oh yeah, like we are all, I forget who was talking about, Vanessa, I think you were talking about clout before, but like the fact that a version of this is televised makes the clout element even more bad.
Yeah, and I think that the clout chasing actually could potentially, anyway, as I understand it, come from a similar place as this: we must prove things and we must do so on the terms of other people. Because whether this has any basis or not, which, like, spoiler alert, I don't think it does, we tend to think that, and this I think is actually very, like, Puritan work ethic related. Clearly I have a bone to pick with Christians, all right? I realize that 90% of what I'm saying is going back to Christianity, bad, but anyway, we'll deal with that another time. I think that there's this sense of, like, Puritan work ethic of, like, if you are popular, it's because you're right about something. If you have clout, it's because you are right about something, when really your only credential is being popular. And that doesn't make you qualified to do anything except be popular. So, you know, you can be someone with terrible ideas. You can be someone with, even if you have good ideas, you don't use them in a good way. You can be someone who doesn't know a goddamn thing about a goddamn thing, but enough people have engaged with you that now we've decided that you just have this, like, inherent credibility. And that, I think, really goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about who we will hear these stories from, who we will believe about their experiences. You know, like, as a person who is not only neurodivergent, but also, like, mentally ill, it is so hard to get people to believe me about anything, right? Because, like, I have OCD, I am also bipolar, and I'm sure I gotta tell y'all about all of the bullshit around, like, first of all, it, like, ruins your spirituality to take medication, which, like, I have to tell you, if taking your meds cuts you off from the spirits, it's because they weren't there and you were unbalanced. And that's why you were experiencing a connection to these spirits, is because you were unwell. That's not a shame statement. Like, as someone who has dabbled in, not reality at times, like, if I don't take my medication, my life is at risk, period. So if my staying alive brings down my vibrations, okay, fine. Like, what good is it to me to ascend to the astral plane if I'm dead? Like, what use is that? And
I don't know. I was just gonna say, I don't know if any of you all have read Ellen Forney's graphic memoir, Marbles. It's fantastic. And it talks about exactly what you're talking about, more from a creative aspect, but she really unpacks, they really unpack, I think, this idea that like somehow going on meds, like, turns you into a zombie, which is a very problematic stereotype. Like, nobody would say like taking medication for your blood pressure makes you a zombie, therefore like you are.
And the thing is, if it does make you a zombie, it's because you are not taking the correct meds or not in the correct doses. Like, there's reasons for that. Like, I am bipolar. If I do not take my medication, I am not well to a point that it does become dangerous for me. Yeah. And I think that not only do you have the, I don't know, it's like Schrodinger's like asylum almost, where if you take medication, you are, unraveling your spirituality, you are dampening your ability to experience things, ? But on the other hand, you must take your meds or you cannot be believed about anything. And then there's also kind of this like shitty other thing about like paternalism really seeps its way in there, and people do a thing of like, if you're mentally ill, you really don't belong in this field. It's too dangerous for you. You're too much of a target. Like, the demons want nothing more with me than they do with you. And in fact, I am experiencing them right now through this conversation. Okay? This conversation is the risk to me.
And this is the inherent ableism, though, because it is, there are people who say that if you don't have like a perfect body, that you can't participate and engage in ritual spaces. Right. That idea, again, this idea of like purity, right, which seeps into every aspect of it. You have to stand at this ritual for however much time. Some people can't. Does that mean they get excluded forever from this transcendent experience? Some people actually say yes. And that, so of course there's that mental illness aspect of it too. Martellus, I feel like you have been wanting to say something for a while, so.
Oh, I've just been doing that weird ADHD thing where I took notes of all the things I thought about saying.
Love it. Good. I always have a pen.
Say them.
It's like, which thing now? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh.
Dealer's choice.
Yeah, exactly.
I did want to go back to what Nick said about people who, I'm deep diving the past now. People who can offer credibility to people on the outside, like who gets to offer that kind of validation. In these kinds of paranormal investigation space, the closest you get to see paganism in any sort of way is often the medium, which they often couch in spiritualist ideas in Christianity to make it palatable, I think. But the medium is never accepted on their own. They have to be surrounded by a passel of men with equipment. Ladies don't touch equipment. Equipment's for men, right? That seems to be the unspoken dialogue. Mm-hmm. But magic doesn't get to exist in this space unless someone is there with, some kind of device to make that real. And I think that too is kind of, it falls in line with what you were saying. But sort of bringing that back around to ideas about clout and who gets to speak for communities. We talk a lot about who belongs and who gets to be in those spaces. And that dialogue is often directed by those people with celebrity. And the dialogue often surrounds qualifications, credentials, time in the community. But there seems to be no self-awareness whatsoever about the fact that they built their own credentials on the air live for us to see. But no one else can do that. It's for them. Everyone else has to build those credentials some other way. The bar has changed, and I think that's something we should talk about more.
Well, and it's also like people, they build a ladder and climb up, and then they just take it. And it's like, oh
Just we
no.
pulled it up with us into
Pulled it
into
up,
the
nope.
attic.
You gotta claw your way to the top, baby. Like,
No, they push us into the Sims pool and they take us out.
and then they build walls around.
I think though that there is an additional piece to this that goes back to more tell us what you were saying about people building credentials. That like a lot of the activities that allowed you to build credentials, they're not accessible or activities in the first place. Whether
Right.
it's the difficulty physically of accessing certain spaces, because I mean, old buildings tend to have stairs
I think
and
you're about
not
to say exactly what I was going to say.
But just the cost
Right.
of traveling to these
Right.
locations.
Yes.
Or I mean, a thing that I think about a lot about a show that I think we all like, Hellier, is that like there's a scene in the second episode where Greg is talking to two men on their property, and in the background on these people's property is a Confederate flag. And like the first time I saw Hellier, I was like, I could not do that interview.
Yeah.
And neither could I.
Like I could not be in that community because they wouldn't talk to me.
If
Or-
they let you live.
Or if they let me live, or I would just be like so squicked out that I wouldn't even give them the opportunity to show that they're like one of those like kinds of Confederate flag users that are like heritage, not hate, which like already is a confusing and terrifying thing to say, but like there's that kind of barrier of like, I don't always get to go in abandoned buildings because if the police come to the abandoned building and don't think that I should be there, that might be a fatal problem for me, as instead of just like the cops being like, you kids get out of it, got it here, or whatever it is that cops say to white people.
Right, and it seems like, oh, were you still talking? I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go for it.
It seems like in addition to that, right? Because like that's yes to all that. I mean, you started talking about what I was going to talk about, so nice. But I think that another problem, right, is that like the places that get picked the most often for investigations, it's not necessarily all places like the interview in Hellier, where we're in a very white, very rural community, right? Where, it's not like they picked this place, first of all. It's also not like even if they had picked this place that they would have picked it because it was small, white, and rural, right? Like, that's not what was factored into the choices being made here. Nevertheless, though, if these emails had gotten sent to us, like, there just wouldn't have been any follow-up because, like, we don't need to get shot going to interview someone. And when I say we, I mostly mean you. I don't need you to get shot, ever, for any reason.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. But I feel like even in larger groups, even on TV shows, all of the places that people know to go to, find ghosts or whatever, it's always either in like historical places that you have to pay for the privilege of entering, or it is places where, you are gonna just like go there when it's dark and like break into the window of this abandoned house when like you always might get shot by the cops for walking into your own fucking front door. So, let alone your own window, like heaven for fucking fend you ever lose the key and need to get in through the window, because that might be the last thing you ever do, and we both have to live with that knowledge. Everyone who is like you or like me, like by proxy, right? Like we have to live with the knowledge that every red light that you blow, every routine traffic stop, every time you forget your keys, every time someone thinks that you were reaching for a gun but you actually just had your fucking cell phone, like maybe someone just didn't like your face, like you could just not make it home at the end of the day. And that's a real threat that's frankly more important than if we are able to get evidence of the paranormal. So we choose places that you have to be able-bodied to get into. For the most part, I'm sure that there are some places that have a ramp or an elevator or whatever else, assuming that you have a physical disability. But most of these places do not make access for people who have physical disabilities and or disability aids, right? Like, I mean, you can't really get around, like the Winchester Mystery House, for example, in a wheelchair. It's not going to happen. They did not make space for that. But
no, I was gonna say not even like let's say that there is a spot perfectly accessible and it's and people have decided it's spooky during the daytime, so you don't have to be there at night and whatever. Just fucking getting there and all that. So
Just
like
affording it. Yeah.
I shot a pilot for a show about being trans and magic stuff, and I am so proud of it, and I can't wait for people to see it. I had to pay for that. I had to save up money to get myself and the person that I co-host the show with and get us to a place. I had to put fucking miles on my car. I've been putting miles on my car for a long time. I hope that my car can take more miles. I had to put miles on my car. I had to spend money on a hotel and all of the permits to shoot in different places. And it's so fucking expensive, and that's for the pilot, you know what I mean? And then I have to take that pilot, and then I have to trick someone with more money than I have into paying me to make the rest of it, which I will fucking do. But it's hard, and it is so fucking costly, all of it. And so, like, even if there exists this great, perfect location that is fully accessible and everything, you still got to get a bunch of gear and equipment and a hotel and all these things. And so the idea of credentials, which I don't even remember who said at this point, the idea of credentials and building your credentials, I think Mortellus, the idea of credentials and how you build those credentials on the air, even if you have the credentials to build, you still need to get the air part, and that is so fucking pricey.
Well, and I think that even when we're not talking about, because I mean, yes to all of that. I didn't mean to like gloss right over that. That's yes to all of that. I think that even when we're not talking though about like film mediums, right? Like if you ask even just like, you know, kind of small groups of people who don't film things and don't have podcasts and kind of just do this because they want to, right? They're not totally being malicious most of the time anyway. It's just that this is what they know to do. It's kind of like how there are a lot of people who do play into the idea of like, you know, like manifestation or of everything is a demon and everything that scares me is evil. They're not doing it consciously most of the time. These aren't people that have decided, I want to participate in something harmful. It's that we really don't give people the tools to have too many experiences outside of what we've already decided are the correct experiences. So, you know, I mean, one of the things that you've talked about a lot, and I don't want to speak for you, so like I'm gonna shut up after this, but like, well, to the ability that I ever have to shut up. One of the things that Nick has talked about a lot, that they are absolutely on the money, is that you can't tell me that it is only old asylums and hospitals and farmhouses that are haunted. You can't tell me that it's only ever white communities that experience hauntings. The last I checked, Black people die too. So, you know, and like, I mean, everybody fucking dies. So it's kind of insane to suggest that there are correct places to go to experience strangeness and I mean, we know to some extent anyway that we are capable of knowing these things, that there are some places that tend to be more active than others, but you also have to wonder how much of that is a default state and how much of that is because people have just decided continuously over and over again for however many years that these places are more active. So people keep going there, so activity keeps happening there, because if your whole thing is that you're dead and you want someone to pay attention to you, like, well, fuck, I mean, you're all going here, I guess I'm going there. You know, or maybe there's something about the energy that draw things in. We don't know how it works, and that's just my point. We don't know how it works, so why are we suggesting that we do in the first place and that the things that we know must be based on the definitions of cishet, non-disabled white people.
I did want to say that Dash was talking about just the finances of going places. Sometimes even if you can afford it, that's not enough. My dear friend Stormy, she had the money, could travel, had the time, attempted to do an investigation at an asylum that's fairly well known, and they refused to let her investigate there, despite her credentials, despite being able to afford to pay to play, so to speak, because she's a sex worker, and they accused her of having other reasons for renting the location. So there's always going to be these boundaries around who's allowed to be somewhere. And I wanted to speak to, you were talking about Hellier and kind of what it's like to be in those environments, but I think often about the fact that I'm a rape survivor, and that's always in the back of the mind. And when you're talking about sending AFAB people, you're probably going to be the only feminine presenting person in a group of a bunch of white cishet dudes. They're the ones holding the cameras at 2 a.m. in this abandoned place, miles from anywhere. So that's not exactly a comfortable situation for most people. So how are you supposed to play when these are the parameters we're given?
That's it. It's all of these different layers of privilege that are invisible and intentionally so. And again, it's just kind of accepted as, oh, well, again, that cis white male experience of being able to go to any town, to go in the middle of the night, to not have to worry about police, to not have to worry about being assaulted. And each of those is a layer of privilege that, again, is just part of that experience and then gets normalized as well. Isn't that everyone's experience?
I did also want to say, and I know I'm backtracking, ADHD is fun. Just leave this thought with everyone. We only ever see one medium on a team, but there are never too many guys with a camera. It's never a team with just one dude with a camera. I'm reminded of the Ruth Bader Ginsburg quote, "When will it be enough? When it's all of us." When I can see a team that's made up of more than one medium or spiritualist, and more than one feminine presenting person, or more than one Black person, or more than one LGBTQIA plus person, then it will be enough.
And if it's more than one Black person, it can't be the Ghost Brothers every time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, I feel like that's a really, like, people are like, look at this diverse panel, and it's all white men, a white woman, and then the Ghost Brothers. And it's just like, I'm not even saying that they don't have useful things to say. Like, they should be invited places. This is not a knock against the Ghost Brothers. But, like, there are more than 3 Black people who are into this stuff.
You have not represented women or AFAB people on your panels if they're all somebody's wife.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, I want it to be known, okay? We're here on the same screen, but I came here individually, okay? I'm here alone.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
We're occupying the same
little,
of course.
it's the same group of people every time. And the pagan community has that problem too. You're going to see the same 5, 6, 7 people at every event. And why? Because the rest of us can't afford to get babysitters. We can't afford to leave our jobs. We can't afford to travel. They're not paying us to be there. We're paying to be there. And it is impossible to participate when that is the situation. If we're going to talk about
circular problem of you're not invited to these because you weren't invited to this. Like, you don't have clout because you didn't have clout. Like,
yeah.
They also like the structures that exist also select for a very specific kind of marginalized person to be the one person who shows up, because that's often a person who's gonna feed into other harmful shit or gonna not stand up to other toxic. It's like how Hollywood only ever casts Aquafina in every goddamn movie, and And as an
They're
Asian
like,
person, can I
"Right."
say, stop casting Aquafina? Her name is literally making fun of what she perceives to be Black people's names. That's a true thing. She stopped doing the AAVE thing, but it's still there. You can still see it. But it's, you pick one person who participates in upholding white supremacist structures, and that's your person. Is like, look at our diverse group. We picked one, and there's the person, and don't worry about it. And that sucks ass.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were actually talking about this not that long ago, right? Because it's like sometimes it's not even people who intentionally promote harmful things, right? Like Aquafina sucks for like 20
Really
different
sucks.
reasons. Like so many reasons. But sometimes it's people like how for a while there, the only gay people you ever saw were like Neil Patrick Harris and David Burtka. And it's like, it's not because there's anything inherently wrong with them, as far as I know anyway. They're not people who are out here intentionally promoting shitty things. Again, as far as I know, I don't pay that much attention these days. But
Mortician me would be remiss if I didn't say that Neil Patrick Harris waited about 6 seconds after Amy
It's true.
Winehouse died to do a cheese plate of her corpse.
right, which was very, very ugly now I'm remembering that.
Super
Problematic. But all of that aside, the reason that they kept getting cast for everything that was supposed to make gay people acceptable is because they were both white, clean-cut, cisgender, and their relationship dynamic and the way that they, conducted their life choices, right? So being married, having children, there's nothing inherently wrong with those things, but these two men were the closest thing you could get to hetero without being hetero. So it was very easy to bring them in as the non-threatening queers who didn't really do too much to disrupt your idea of what, a fruitful life should look like. You know what I mean? Like, we weren't bringing in people who were really challenging notions of gender presentation or gender roles or, what relationships look like beyond the idea that marriage and children is the way to legitimize adult relationships. So they weren't intentionally problematic people. I fully believe that this is just what their relationship is. This is who they are. This is what they do together. This is what they wanted for their life together. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is not a representation of even the majority of queer people and the majority of queer life. And yet they were the only queer people you ever saw, them and Ellen and Portia, who also had kind of a similar dynamic of white, cisgender, non-threatening to heterosexuality.
They're still incredibly heteronormative.
Yeah.
There's a book called and I'm not going to say a slur on here, even if it's my slur to say. There's a book called The F Slurs and Friends in Between Revolutions, and I recommend it. You can find PDFs of it online. It's a truly life-changing book. But in the print edition that they just put out, there's an introduction by Larry Mitchell, who's the writer of it. And one of the really meaningful things to me is he had a quote about one of the best parts about being gay is that you don't have to get married or join the army. And it seems that the gay rights movement has decided that the things it wants most are to get married and join the army. And at some point, and I think this sort of speaks towards what you're saying about striving to be heteronormative. And I think that there is something much more powerful about us if we acknowledge that the heteronormative structures that exist are bad actually, and we don't have to model our lives after them. And I think that's sort of that quote lives in my brain. It's beautiful. Again, F Slurs and Their Friends in Between Revolutions. It's a really life-changing book. I cannot recommend it highly enough to the panel and also everyone watching.
I wanted to say,
And I'll just quickly, we are almost at time. So I guess last round of thoughts. Mortalis, Nick, you two seemed ready to.
we'll rock, paper, scissors for it.
Yeah.
I think just the thing that I was thinking about is that, like, this conversation that we're having about, because really this is a conversation now about tokenization, that, like, The other danger, though, is that we fall too far in the opposite direction, and we only make space for people when we feel like they embody the exact stereotype of the thing. So I'm thinking about we only really hear about indigenous people in the paranormal if they're a shaman or if they're going to talk about a cryptid.
Meanwhile, hello.
So we don't make space for indigenous people to talk about time loops or to talk about ceremonial magic or any of the other weird shit that we all will at least pay attention to. And I think that there's a similar sort of dynamic even when I think about the Ghost Brothers. Again, I love the fact that the Ghost Brothers exist, but they all, I think, fit a very specific stereotype of Black men that feels safe and familiar to a lot of people who are not Black, that they feel recognizably Black, but they're not too threatening. They're not thugs.
They got a good fade, but they didn't sharpen up the edges.
Exactly. And that's the sort of thing that even, do people know what that means? Not necessarily. But there's a lot of, as much as there's a lot of pressure for marginalized people to sort of demarginalize themselves to make them palatable, there is also pressure to make sure that you're at least marginalized enough that people don't treat you like a dark-skinned white person or a man without a penis or whatever it is that's pulling you out of your, or putting you in your,
which is already a difficult idea because you can absolutely be a man without a penis.
Exactly.
I think that speaks all of that really speaks to what I really love about the paranormal, which is that suddenly there's a celebration of all of these weird things. If we really get down to the crux of it and we set aside all of these problematic things that are really just hangovers from the white supremacy, late stage capitalism growth world we've ended up in, it really is a celebration of the weird and unexplainable and unfamiliar and uncanny and queer in that very true sense of the word. And I think that's why there is a good opportunity to start to create an intentional community within this kind of thing.
That kind of comes back around to what I was going to say. Something silly, but it passed through my mind earlier that, we always talk about umbrellas for communities and we put heavy air quotes because those communities don't fit together. But I think we're community kind of like a bowl of Halloween candy. You might not ordinarily eat Twizzlers and Warheads and a Snickers bar together, but on that one day a year, those things can come together and they work and they fit. And we don't have to like everything in that bowl. Maybe that store brand Tootsie Roll thing at the bottom is the fascist or whatever, and we just kind of ignore that one and throw it out later. But we do get those days where we all get to come together in a way that fits, even if it's chaotic. And I think that's colorful and beautiful and fun. And I appreciate moments like this where we get to celebrate that.
Amazing. Again, we're almost at time. Thank you all so much for helping me start off PanParacon with this very spicy chat, which I have enjoyed very much.
Follow-up interviews. I want to hear them.
Of course. All right, great. Yeah, follow everyone on this panel on Instagram, on Twitter. I mostly am on Twitter, so that's why I'm always hang out with my friends on Twitter. But they also, in some cases, do art, write books, do cool things. So please be sure to check them out. All of their links are on our website, panparacon.com. Again, thank you all so much. Yay, friends. So in 2 minutes, we're going to be talking with Cassandra Snow and Siri Plouffe about their new book. I'm super excited about that. And in the meantime, I think we've got 2 minutes of intermission.
Yep.
I'm going to use that time to say goodbye because it's been kind of scary here.
Oh my God, Mortellus, I hope you are
Stay
safe. I
safe,
need to light a
Mortellus.
candle for you,
Yeah.
seriously.
I'm in a garden shed listening to things fall on me. So.
Smash that,
Goodness.
smash that tip jar button. Don't forget to write that all cats are beautiful in the note. And some of us, we will also see, I'm going to point this out, we will see Mortellus coming up tomorrow. We will see Leslie on the panel coming up, and we will see Nick on Sunday. So
And Dash, we're going to see
and
tomorrow.
I'll be there
Dash
tomorrow
this.
at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Heck yeah.
Doing my
Well, that was
goofy
the first three people I remember, I'm sorry, Dash, were the first three brain
So
cells, and the
offended.
fourth one is just like, I'm done, I'm out. Like
people are gonna tune into this one and hear me say insightful things about race, and then tomorrow they'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking? What is
we celebrate. I you know what though? Everybody, like, I love the people involved in this, where nobody's one dimensional. We
all contain multitudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was originally gonna do a bigger thing about like, and I might do this another time, because I do feel like there's more to be said, but I was going to do a thing specifically about OCD in the context of the para-weird stuff. But I have had far too much going on lately, so I was kind of just like, what if
No, you're already
I
booked.
hopped in and threw that in occasionally while piggybacking off of other comments.
You just
Perfect.
booked yourself for 2023. And I would like to, I am also an OCD person, so I would like to hear what you have to say about it.
Word. Okay, well now I'm terrified that I'm gonna say all the wrong shit.
There's nothing wrong to say. It's just.
Well, there is, but only if you don't have OCD.
I feel like everybody, all it is just saying, we all hate the show Monk.
Monk is to OCD what Pretty Woman is to sex work. Okay, like.
Mickey Rooney to Asian people? There's a lot of.
Yeah.
We should go to the next thing because this is rad. That's going to be rad too. So
yes.
We'll have a year together.
Listening.
Thank you.
Thank
all
you.
so much. This was
And
amazing.
friends.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about this book, which I think is reversed, but it's at least is on my screen. But Lessons from the Empress.
Oh, I can read it. Okay.
Okay,
Yay, I'm so excited. They're here. I will pull them in. And then I am going to turn my camera back off.
Okay, fantastic.
Yay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, hello.
You can see me.
Yes. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
I am so excited to talk to you both about this
Thank
book.
you.
Oh my gosh, of course. I guess I should introduce the two of you first before I dive into this, although there was so much like queer theory informed writing in here that I just want to dive into it, kind of like we did last year.
Yeah.
So today, and did I pronounce your name correct? Siri Plouffe?
Yes, Siri.
Perfect.
Yes.
Great. So we have Cassandra Snow and Siri Plouffe, authors of Lessons from the Empress, a tarot workbook. It's an incredible book about the Empress, about rituals you can do, self-care. We'll get into that in a bit. But yeah, Cassandra Snow, aside from being a guest last year graciously for PanParacon, where we talked about tarot, they are also the author of Queering the Tarot and Queering Your Craft. They're a professional tarot reader and teacher, also works in theater, And the bio on the back obsesses over tabletop role-playing games. We should probably talk about that at some point too. Siri is a Nordic witch, writer, teacher, and professional rune and tarot reader, the host of the Heathen's Journey podcast, dedicated to creating a space about heathenry from an anti-racist queer perspective. Thank you both. Thank you both so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Of course. I think we talked about reading excerpts from the book. I don't know if you still want to do that.
Yeah, so just letting everyone know, because Vanessa and us talked about a lot of things. And then also, I can't speak for Siri, but I know Vanessa and I have also just had a lot of stuff. So Siri and I were figuring that what we would do is we would each talk a little bit about the book, including and especially sort of process stuff like why we wanted to write it, why we wanted to write it together. And then we'd each read an excerpt so you can kind of see where we're coming from. And then we are totally open to answer questions about certainly stuff in the book, creativity and self-care through and going through the tarot, looking for that information, book writing process. But also I think we also talked about anything you got in terms of tarot and witchcraft and whatever.
And again,
stuff.
queer theory, because like I said, I just all of it, like about for supporting marginalized people. I was like, oh, this is a radical book also. I am very excited.
Thank you.
Of course.
So I'll jump. So the reason I'm starting is because I am reading straight from the introduction. So it would be a little weird to not start at the top of the book. Siri and I each split the book. So it's pretty 50-50 actually, even after edits and everything, which can kind of butcher your own best intentions sometimes. So Lessons from the Empress, a tarot workbook for self-care and creative growth. This was a book born out of a class that Siri and I created together sort of at the start of the pandemic. And then we did it about a year into the pandemic, I think, called Creating in Weird Times, weird with a Y. That was a class that was pretty much what it sounds like. How do we use our tools like tarot and ritual to use all of this time at home to create things and use that as an outlet for our emotions. Siri and I are both very, I will say, dedicated workshop teachers when we decide that's what we're doing. And the worksheets for this 6-session class ended up being 25 to 30 pages on their own. So we wanted to do something with it after it. And we kind of bounced around. Well, what if we put it together as a zine and sold it and split the profits? And then I was like, who wants to read like 100 and something page zine? So we talked about doing the opposite and actually fleshing it out and making it a full book through my publisher, which is Wiser Publishing. As of now, it is a book that is really deeply entrenched in ideas of creativity as a facet of self-care. And so not looking at them as one or the other. Instead, we are arguing that creativity is not just for children and professionals, which is what we often are led to believe or think that it is by society at large. Instead, it is a vital, holistic piece of us that we all have and that we need to nurture. This is how we find our voice. When Vanessa talked about the queer theory, that was a big part of it. Like, this is how we find and use our voice. However, we are both, pleasure activists, pleasure witches as well. And it is also fun and it feels good to be artistically inclined, even if right now in this session, you have no idea what that means to you yet. That is okay. Hopefully we will get you there. If not today, then after you buy the book. But we also would love to take some questions from people watching or listening at the end, so you have some tangible takeaways. I'm going to be honest, we just didn't plan any. So that being said, I'm going to dive in. We did this book through the lens of the Empress. As you could tell, there were a lot of big ideas presented. Like, how do you talk about self-care and creativity and make sure that it is a tarot book and make sure that the pieces of ritual are very good and deep and tangible, but also are like a piece of a greater whole. So we thought going through the lens of the Empress, who kind of touches on and really watches over and nourishes all of those things, was a really good fit. So in the intro, which I'm about to read you, we'll get a little more into that. So I'm going to read you two relatively short pieces. I am never offended if you need to stretch or walk around or doodle, and I can't see you anyway because I think we're in webinar. So we will jump in now. When you conjure up an image of the Tarot's Empress card, what do you see? In my mind, the Empress is seated on a throne in a lush and verdant landscape, wearing a luxuriant robe and holding a shield with the symbol for Venus on it. The Empress is at ease with themselves, well taken care of and satisfied. Not only satisfied with the surrounding abundance, but also satisfied because the Empress has created things. This robe, this shield, this garden, even this throne. Everything around the Empress began as an idea, a seed, and they got busy planting, creating, and nurturing every last seed into being. This is how we see the Empress represented in the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck. And even though the tarot is being constantly reimagined and updated, this take on the Empress endures, consistently rendered in a way that captures the ideal Venusian creatrix. As a set of 78 cards, the tarot has endless lessons to teach us. Creative types and marginalized people are often distinctly drawn to the lessons of the Empress. The Empress has learned to collaborate with the land and create a nurturing space of abundance and peace. The Empress is free to be completely themselves in this creation that they birthed into existence, made both from them and for them. This is what all of us are always trying to do, create our most authentic selves into being and hold space for them in a place of abundance and peace. The Empress teaches us that acts of creation are the ultimate practice of self-care. This authentic self, this abundant space is not something we go find. It is something we create. I'm skipping a paragraph. And then our goal with Lessons from the Empress is to give you the tools you need to do just that. We believe that working toward the Empress ideals of nurturance via self-care to the point of luxury, self-expression, and creation are vital to a holistic, satisfying life. The tarot has all the information you need to embrace these ideals yourself. The Empress has an abundance of lessons to teach you, ways to love, support, and speak for yourself. You just have to walk through the journey to internalize them. And the next thing I'm going to read starts that for you a little bit. And it is a quirkier piece that I wrote. And it's actually an equation for what we are meaning when we say self-care in this book and what we are meaning when we say creativity. And those two are not always interchangeable, and in fact may not often be interchangeable, but with the lens we took through the book and certainly for the equation piece, they are. Let me take a sip of water and then I'll dive in. That little voice in your head, the one that says you can't, that tells you to stay quiet, the one that's always judging you, that little guy has to go. We know you've heard this before and it's easier said than done, but it can be done. In fact, getting rid of that voice is a lot of what we're here to do, to make the big ideas that tarot, self-care, and creativity present cohesive and less overwhelming. We need to break them down in a way that is understandable, solvable, and achievable. That goal led us, believe it or not, to creating an equation that would help you understand the big ideas presented in each suit and throughout this book more clearly. The equation we developed looks like this, but feel free to sit with these ideas and futz with the occasion to make it work for you. Ours looks like, Siri, do you mind typing it in for me again? I'm sorry, I should have planned ahead. I want you to, for me, it would really help to have a visual. So Siri is going to type it into the chat for you. So parenthesis, imagination plus reflection plus expression, close parenthesis, minus judgment of self equals creativity / self-care. For those of you who don't remember your PEMDAS, this is a segue. You do this stuff in parentheses first, and then you do the rest of it. And so you're subtracting that judgment of self-care from what those things are together. Now, without the parentheses, it would still do that, but it looks more readable this way. So what does that mean for us in the practical? How do we actually apply this to creative methods in our self-care practice? Let's explore that now. 1, everything begins in your imagination. Imagination is the seed that became the Empress Garden of Abundance. Those ideas in your head, flashes of images, dreams, bits of nonsense, that's your imagination percolating, your imagination at play. 2, what do we do with all of the great visuals or ideas our imagination brings us? That's where reflection comes in. Take some time to really look at those ideas, those flashing images, reflect on an idea, and you will hopefully see what the scope of it can be or what it should look like in a more tangible format. Do not ask yourself, how can the thing I imagine turn into a real thing? Instead, ask, now that I've thought about it, what does it mean and why does it resonate for me? This is the part that gets people hung up. Reflection takes time and grace. Reflection is a vital aspect of self-care. It is an aspect of rest, a necessary part of our journey. Rest heals, rest rejuvenates, and rest resets our mind. It also just feels good. There's a reason why the phrase well rested fills us with satisfaction. As we think about stepping back from the countless ideas our imagination spews out, it's important to remember we are stepping back. Magic has to percolate, and so does creativity. Imagine, then reflect. In other words, play, then rest. Number 3, now we add expression to imagination and reflection in our equation. Expression is the flavor of the piece. This is when we add in details that really make our work our own. These details might include your experience or point of view, how you've been impacted by the medium you're creating in, or it can be as simple as your unique spin on your medium or the tools you create with. This is why retellings or remakes can be at least as good or better than the originals, because of the creator's expression. 4, our equation continues with subtraction. Get rid of that inner critic by eradicating judgment of self from our creative equation. Sometimes when we add imagination, reflection, and expression together, we come to conclusions that are uncomfortable for us. Maybe they're uncomfortable because they challenge who we thought we were. Maybe they're uncomfortable because the creative work seems to want to push the bounds of what is possible for us to say. Maybe they are uncomfortable because they are simply unexpected. In any case, the only way to approach creating authentically is to eradicate judgment of self. This is the part that's easier said than done. We know that. It is also the part that will free you the most if you allow yourself to really let go of it. This book is a container for you to tackle whatever you want or need to tackle. If by the end you're still not comfortable sharing with the world at large, that's okay. Give yourself space to say or create whatever you need to say or create now, and just see how that changes your perspective. When we release judgment of self, ourselves and our creations thrive. It's in this hardest piece of the equation that we truly learn the most valuable lessons from the Empress. Let's begin. And then Siri is going to jolt us into the major arcana where we have already.
You muted right at the end of your sentence, but it's fine.
It just said for a while.
Cool. All right. Yeah. So hi, I'm Siri. I have de-yellowed myself, which is why I kept turning off my camera. Cassandra told a little bit of the story, well, most of the story actually, of like how this book came to be at the beginning. And so I don't know. I mean, this book has felt like a whirlwind to me in a lot of ways, to be honest. Part of that is just timing. Part of that is that you work really, really hard to get a book out there, and then you wait for months And then you have a lot of work to do in a couple days, and then you wait for months again. And so it's like this very weird, like unreal process. But I'm very happy that we're here, that it's happening. And yeah. So leading up to my section, I wrote the section on the major arcana, which are kind of like the big outside of a suit cards of the tarot. So, you know, these are the big cards like the Lovers, Death, the Empress is a major arcana. And I really adored writing this section because I like to think about archetypes, and my primary creative expression, aside from, you know, writing like nonfiction works or podcast episodes, is my like narrative style, like novel writing or fiction writing. And so the major arcana really feels like it tells a story to me, and I was very happy to sort of bring some of my knowledge of storycraft into this chapter on the tarot. So without further ado, I will read. All right. You are gonna stay put, Wednesday. Okay. Archetypes and spiritual self-care. The major arcana are life's deepest secrets personified. The major arcana represent the big cosmic points in our lives. When these cards come up over and over again in our readings, we know to stop and pay attention. While the minor arcana represent keys to the secrets of the everyday world, cat. These cards usher us into a heroic journey. There are so many different angles from which the tarot works for us. It is full of twists and turns. Tarot can be for everyday life. Seriously, bud, you have to like move. Sorry, I thought that we could have a guest, but alas, no, we can't.
The cat is welcome, but
oh, he was like, it's fine. If he's distracting me, I'm sure he's distracting everyone. All right, so the major arcana helps us to understand the backbone of story structure, and it can be really helpful, particularly for narrative creators. This part of the tarot is all about larger than life archetypes. The major arcana represents the flashpoint moments in our life. We always have some kind of major arcana energy moving through the energy of each of these cards as if they are seasons of our life. So some styles of witchcraft to play with: ceremonial magic, casting a Wiccan circle, drawing down the moon, seasonal rites, and deep pathworking meditations. Some styles of creativity to play with: novel writing, storytelling, character creation, GMing a Dungeons and Dragons or other role-playing tabletop game. The major arcana is organized in a very specific way. It tells a story. Starting with the Fool and moving through to the world, the major arcana unfolds before us. We are the Fool, wandering our way through these new landscapes and meeting new magical allies. We are learning as we go and discovering deeper aspects of ourselves. This wandering journey is often called the hero's journey. Each card of the major arcana represents an archetype. Archetypes are a recurrent symbol or motif in literature, art, or mythology. Many occultists and witches work with archetypes as an embodiment of a concept they want to draw into their lives, or as something that will teach them these important lessons. Remember that tarot altar building exercise? That's a part of it. They are also a gateway into understanding how tarot can help us with our creativity. Tarot uses the language of archetypes to communicate. The archetype is a symbol or motif that we recognize in our unconscious self that speaks to us and therefore helps us read the cards. In the major arcana, we see a clear story and we find ourselves in certain places on the journey at specific points in the process. The structure of the major arcana can mirror any type of hero's journey. The hero's journey is not one thing. It is used in psychology and creative theory to discuss the journey either we or fictional characters make in our lives. There's a huge difference between the psychological hero's journey and the creative hero's journey. Tarot writers often try to bridge the gap, but this book, for obvious reasons, will focus on the creative hero's journey. The hero's journey is one tool of many to learn the major arcana, but we are using Rachel Pollack's take on it to ease you into this work. Famed tarot expert Pollack noticed that the order of the major arcana draws on a heroic story structure, which is why the majors are often called the fool's journey. We meet each of the major arcana as if we are the fool, going through our own story. There is a progression. If the progression weren't important, the arcana would not be numbered, and that dates back to the very first tarot deck. The transition from using archetypes as a storytelling technique to their use in magic is fairly natural. In our earlier discussion about tarot and ritual, we talked about how the objects and symbols that occultists use represent their intentions playing out in the mundane world. Archetypes themselves can work this way too. The archetype can become someone that you want to be, an aspect of self that you want to connect with. And it can also represent mentors and teachers in your life. The major arcana then positions us as being in a relationship to and also embodying the different archetypes. It helps us to make the connections about what archetypal roles we are playing and perhaps even the figures we need to seek out. The major arcana is a collection of challenges, allies, teachers, and opportunities that are present in our lives. Sometimes we need archetypes that are ultimately supportive. For example, if you are getting married, you may want to embody the lovers to help you make the transition. Sometimes we need the opposite of the energy that we currently have. If we are clinging on to something that isn't working, we might want to embrace the death card as we get ready for change. There are so many beautiful archetypes that the popular texts on them don't cover. In my spiritual practice, common archetypes include the oracle, the hag, and the gender-bending trickster. In queer community, we both think of archetypes like the community itself, chosen family, drag queens, the first brick thrower at Stonewall, and the incomparable visual archetype of a hot butch in a leather jacket leaning against a brick wall. That last one just might be Cassandra. Occasionally, these do make their way into tarot. The Slow Holler Tarot actually rewrites the Empress as Kindred, a portrayal we both absolutely love. All right.
I think
I'm gonna stop there.
Yeah, I was like, I think that's our samples. So
Perfect. So, and thank you for reading excerpts of this book. I wanted to, so obviously I want to get into like tarot and also the lessons of this book. You talked about co-authoring, touched on that a little bit. What is that like? Because it does, there's, I mean, clearly there are two of you, but there is definitely this kind of cohesive voice in here. How is that process for the both of you?
Okay, so this is really cute, actually. So for the workshop itself, I'll kind of start there. We're like, okay, well, just to make it easier, we're going to kind of select the different days that we'll each focus on. And of course, we'll both co-teach on those days, but like one person will be kind of the point or lead or whatever. So that was that. But then so as we were drafting, of course, you know, whichever day we took the lead on, we fleshed those chapters out and kind of like brought that forward. And if there were other chapters we wanted to add in, we just discussed, you know, like who would write what. And then at the end, we actually have very different writing styles. which, you know, our writing group will say, like, we submitted chapters to our writing group or excerpts to our writing group, and they immediately knew like which one was which, you know, even had we not told them, they would have known. So what we did was we actually read each other's sections to one another. So I read to Cassandra the pieces that they wrote aloud, and they read to me the pieces that I wrote aloud. And we made edits to kind of ensure that the voice remained consistent throughout, because I think that that's a really important part of a book. You don't just want to be like, and now this chapter was written by Cassandra Snow, and now this was written by Siri. So yeah, I think that was a really essential part of the process of us like collaboratively creating that voice.
I also think too, we both knew that we were collaborating and creating. And so once we decided to, for class, it was fine. Like the students kind of knew, like this person took this week, whatever, and it didn't bother anyone. It just is very different for a book. And so a lot of it is when we started the rewriting process, we both thought about like, okay, what will make this match Siri? And our goal was never really to match, it was to blend, like, okay, what will make this smooth and cohesive? And the really boring publishing answer is that we went through several rounds of editing on our own to just smooth things over. We did find that a lot of writing style stuff needs worked on for both of us anyway. Like, I really love a run-on sentence, and Siri really loves commas. Like, I have never met anyone who loves commas as much as Siri does when they're writing.
Listen, and there are also like whole ass paragraphs in this book that I was just like, Cassandra, this is not a sentence. This is a paragraph.
Oh no, I love run-on sentences. And so I
do too. I just delineate them with commas.
And so once I made 7 sentences, and once Siri replaced some commas with periods and some commas with nothing, the style differences were not actually as substantial as we thought. And so then
rest assured, some commas did make it into the book.
This is not a commaless book. I would also argue that this is not a run-on sentenceless book, because I am also a brat and I will fight for a run-on sentence I think is really important. And so
yeah, well, sometimes it's a stylistic choice, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I say all that to say, then we sent it to Wiser and they were like, we think it's fine. They just changed some minor things. The biggest thing they did was they said, well, what if we made this a stylistic choice? And so the paragraphs that could not be fixed, and frankly shouldn't have been, because they were so integral to what one of us was trying to say, and so integral to the fact that it was in our voice, and that's like the point of the book. So they have some like asides and what almost looks like thought bubbles and stuff like that in the book. And I actually thought that was a really cool stylistic way that also breaks up reading endless paragraphs. And I think once we saw that, we knew what we could do.
Oh, I was just saying, we love a good layout.
We do.
Well, and especially too, since it's a workbook, right? So there is that like, oh, okay, I'm breaking up my attention. Here is another point that I should pay attention to. Then here are exercises I'm going to do. I don't know, that seeing those little pull quotes, essentially, that got me more in the mindset of, oh, this is a process that I'm working through. This isn't just a book that's being thrust at me and information thrust at me. So
yeah,
I like that in terms of engagement.
Yeah.
So I guess for both of you too, like I already talked to you about this, but like, what was your journey to starting to work with the tarot?
Like a million years ago? Or?
Yeah, as far back as you want to go. Yeah. Well, wherever you want to start that origin story.
So my start with the tarot was very like kind of up and down and almost convoluted. When I was 18 and going through a whole bunch of trauma, someone I am not friends with anymore, who's a terrible person. Sorry if they're here, but like, thrust a deck of cards into my hands and was like, "You're psychic, read these." And that was not a word I had used for myself. I had never even looked at cards before. I actually was in a Christian singing group, to tell you how far removed from this culture I was. So I was like really freaked out. And then I was more freaked out when I started looking at the cards, and it was like I was freaked out for two very different reasons. I was freaked out because they were a little cartoony. It was a very old novelty Lord of the Rings deck. And I was like, this isn't scary at all. And something in my brain was like, what else has church been lying to me about? Like, this is not scary or hard. And so I was having like a crisis of faith. And at the same time, what the cards were telling me was that I was lying to everyone about everything all the time. I was very in the closet then. I did not disclose some of the trauma I was going through until literally years later. And so it freaked me out, but for a very different reason than I thought it would. So I didn't touch the cards again until I was a little more willing to face it. But I was also in a different place then. I had really separated from that singing group and from sort of the church as a whole for different reasons, but related. And I started hanging out with friends who were not like, frankly, the kind of person I am now. Like, they were not like, they weren't even like witches or anything like that. They were just people who read tarot sometimes. Like, I guess I just kind of lucked out with that and fell into that. And so at that point, I started doing it more and more for fun. When I moved to the Twin Cities, I really thought that I was gonna stay in arts admin forever. But I was reading tarot more and more. I was reading for other people a lot. People were starting to just like give me, I'm 37. This was actually pre-Venmo. So people would just give me cash in exchange for whatever cards I could do. And I was not even really charging. And then I got really sick, and the writer, Alex Franzen, I had done a reading for her that I didn't even feel was very good, to be honest. But she got very excited and filled my head with like, this is what you should be doing with your life. This is brilliant, blah, blah, blah. And like, I really, in my 26-year-old form, took that to heart and was like, yes, this is what I should be doing with my life. And so then I had some medical emergencies. I got fired from the big game in town, arts admin wise. And I was left sick, but with clients who wanted to come in. And that's the super short version, believe it or not. Because obviously I didn't go from, I guess this is what I'm doing for a living, to having multiple books out and not really worrying about money that often. So but that's more or less it.
Amazing. Yes.
Yeah. So for me, witchcraft came first. Magic came first. When I was a teen, I was in a coven that like an actual Wiccan coven. And was one day, like the high priestess looked at me and said, you need to go buy a tarot deck. And so I took my coven mate with me to the now defunct Borders.
Oh, rest in peace.
I know.
Oh, it's so good. I actually, okay, an aside, I read that I saw somewhere that Barnes and Noble is looking at employing some of the techniques that Borders used while they were hopping, like taller bookshelves and more clear like names and stuff. And I was just like, that's right. Noble. Yeah, your comeuppance from this store that is long dead. Anyway, yeah, I didn't have like a local bookstore where I was from, like the Borders and like the town that was a 40-minute drive away was our bookstore. Anyway, so many good memories. So I came home with a deck, and because it had been sort of introduced to me as part of like a coven thing, like I was very like, okay, well, this is something that I only do on like the full moon after I have thrown up a full circle. This is something I only do in like the full like 9 or 10 card Celtic cross spread. And so my relationship with tarot is actually very kind of fractured for a long time. I would say that I have been reading continuously since then, but like not, it took me a while to get to the point where I was like reading more daily. And then what in my mind felt like the tarot renaissance of 2014/2015 happened. Which is when there were a couple of really amazing blogs that were, you know, around. Like the Little Red Tarot blog was more community based at the time. And so I was learning more there. You know, I was seeing people being like, oh yeah, like I just have my tarot deck in my bag and I pull a card if I'm like struggling at work or something. And so I was like, really? Like you can just do that? Which shifted my focus with tarot and made me realize like, oh, like I could be doing, you mean I don't need permission to do this every damn day of my life? Like that's cool. So I kind of shifted that. And that also incidentally was like around the time when I left the coven when I moved out of my hometown. And then I had been basically solitary Wiccan for many years, and I was moving away from Wicca as well at that time. So now I identify primarily as a folk magician, and I was starting to try to figure out what flavor of paganism I really wanted to be. If it was to be solitary and not Wiccan in focus. So that kind of more like, oh, you mean I can do magic every day? I don't have to do it on the lunations, like lunations being the new and full moon. You mean like, oh, like I can do like I don't have to follow the Sabbats if it doesn't make sense to me? Like, whoa, okay. So that kind of attitude permeated. This was also around the time where people that I was a little petty. I've grown. I was seeing people that I had that I knew had only been studying tarot for a year or two going pro and having that be their full-time thing. And like it was to the point where somebody who used to make fun of me in high school for being witchy was inviting people over to her like Brooklyn apartment for wine and tarot nights. And I was like, bitch, no, I'm going to do this instead. And I'm going to do it better than you. And I am better than her. She also doesn't do it publicly anymore from what I understand, and like has grown as a person and, you know, all of that shit. So like, as I clearly have as well. But so that's kind of my story in terms of like how I started really deepening my tarot practice and getting like much more interested in reading professionally. It was almost out of spite, the professional side of it, but I absolutely adore working with clients. I was a reader at a psychic fair at a local shop in town here today, and my clients were just so cute. I just loved them all. And yeah, I'm very thankful for this life.
I love it. I mean, first of all, I'll just say my moon is in Scorpio, so anything petty, anything spiteful, like it sings.
Get this. My moon is in Scorpio, but my Jupiter is in Gemini.
Oh.
So I'm gonna be petty.
Yeah, I have my petty moments. I definitely, so my queer platonic partner in Siri will very often, and my best friend will very often get very petty in my defense, and they can get me very riled up when I'm well, I'll just be like, oh, this thing happened and this person probably should have been nicer to me, but it's whatever. And they're like, no. But I will say, when I get pushed to the brink, I've just, I don't know. I like it too. I like when other people are petty, even if I'm like, well, I'm just going to leave them alone.
I'm remembering you're a Pisces, right? Didn't we talk about this last year?
I'm a double Pisces with a Cancer rising. And so with the Cancer rising, and also my Aries and Mars are in, my Venus and Mars are in Aries. So it will also not surprise you to know that I will get not only petty, but downright mean for other people very quickly. And in some ways that's good, right? It fuels my activism, it whatever. But then in other ways, I am like, I'm going to go down to your work and scream at your boss. And my sister is like, do not, absolutely do not do that. I do not consent to you doing this. When it's me, I'm just like, well, that's Tuesday for you.
So my Venus and Mars are in Pisces, so I'm just like, I guess I'll just mope in a corner. But then that Scorpio moon activates, and the 3 planets in Sagittarius, my Jupiter, also just like flame on, like let's go to war.
Yeah, that's real. The Scorpio moon, the Scorpio moon struggles are very real.
It's all the feelings all the time. Yes.
Yeah.
I also relate to, I feel like a Pisces moon is a little more, I will say, edgy than a Pisces sun. And so there definitely is still the me that everyone knows, which is genuine, but then the me that my friends knows is not quite as passive as that would lead you to believe.
Exactly. It's the depths, but that you only show to the people that you trust, because there's just so much there. Mm-hmm. It's like, who is going to carry this? Oh, the people who love me will carry this. Nobody else will. So I'm not even going to bother.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too, again, you said at the top that you're both pleasure witches. The Scorpio, the water signs, I think absolutely feeds into that. And that is something that I love, because you talk in the book about this idea of self-care, but it is incredibly activist oriented, right? It's not just like, get your nails done, take a bath. It's a more grounded practice in taking care of yourself, rooting yourself. So for you, how did maybe that watery sensibility inform your talk about self-care in the book?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, I know for me, part of it is that my activism itself, since my first book, has gotten light years away from itself, as has my witchcraft, as has my tarot practice. And right now I am so much more interested in collaboration and the world that we are all building together. And so I think for me, the watery piece is that love of relationship, and wanting to bring that in. I almost want the reader to feel like they're sitting down, hanging out with me, talking about this. So I think that's actually my biggest answer, which is the other side of the water signs that we did not talk about, but that's definitely a big piece of it for me for this book specifically.
Yeah. So not to throw out my whole chart there on Maine, but I am also a Cancer sun and a Virgo rising. So very grounded water, I would say. And that Scorpio feels well water to me, and Cancer feels like a river to me. And then there's that Virgo and sort of earth energy. And so I would actually say that for me, it feels more like self-care isn't true self-care unless it's in the ecosystem of your life. And so of course, our values, our activism, our relationships with other people are going to be part of our self-care. Like they just will be, because like that's essential. Like it's absolutely essential. So I feel like where a lot of self-care books get things wrong, not wrong, just like not deep enough for my tastes, I should say, is in not, talking about different modes of like rest, or like how pleasure is actually a really important and essential part of self-care and rest. And if you're not enjoying it, it's not actually that restful. Like, yeah, if, you can be like, okay, like I'm going to read all these, like I'm going to follow these self-care Instagram accounts or whatever, and they're all saying to go take a bath. So I'm going to go take a bath. But if you hate taking baths, like that's not actually self-care at that point. You're just going through yet another motion. And so I feel like to bring that in, those values in for us was very, very important. And I mean, it's just like, it's a part of both of us that like, we can't really not incorporate in our work. So whether it's this or like, for me, like fiction or, other creative endeavors, like it always does tie back into those core values.
Well, and I will say too, to sort of just conversate with that, I also think both of us have such a genuine love of tarot. We have such a genuine love of the people who have supported us online. We have such a genuine love of ritual itself, of the spirits and entities that we work with. And so I feel like, I don't know, almost like it does add that almost romance to the way we write the book and the way that we sort of put it out there.
Yeah.
Just like everything that we do. Like we both are people who are much more concerned with what is good and what do we love about this that we can share than we are about, I don't know, anything else.
Yeah.
Well, and I think like for me that comes through because I just started like taking all of these frantic notes in terms of like how radical this was, because that speaks to like my background and my interest, right? Like critical theory, Herbert Marcuse, that reclaiming of the eros, and also that inherently like anti-racist, anti-capitalist, like supporting marginalized voices, supporting people of marginalized identities, because so much of what we do and are expected to do is just grind through this capitalist machine that serves people who don't look like us, who have a lot more money than we do, who we will never interact with unless we unfortunately have a service job that they happen to wander into, right? And the power of saying like, no, I'm creating space for me and affirming what is important to me is incredibly powerful. It is inherently a radical act. Claiming pleasure in a society that is trying to alienate you from your body is an inherently radical, powerful, transgressive act. So like I said, just lots of writing.
Yes. So one thing that I really want to, that I have been thinking about a lot lately and sort of shedding in the pandemic is, like I used to have this deep need to be taken seriously. And I, to a certain extent, still do. I think that a lot of what I write is very serious. If you listen to my podcast episodes, like, yes, I do write in a very serious tone a lot of the time, but also like, that doesn't mean that I should carry any shame about like the goofy shit that I love.
Yes.
Like I bought Furbies like in the pandemic.
We both did. It was like the same week too. I was like, Siri, you're never gonna believe what I got on eBay and did. And they were like, oh my God.
And Furbies are like a thing that like I wanted desperately as a child. And this is maybe like part of the paranormal part of this conference. I don't know. But like when I was a kid, I sincerely believed that the FBI had planted bugs in Furbies and was listening to people. And I I wanted to get to the bottom of it. I thought I'm going to be the one to crack the story. And then my parents also refused to get me any Furbies as a child, which at the time I assumed was because they didn't want a government spy living in their home. And now I realize is fully because they're annoying.
No, they're perfect. I love them.
I mean, yes, they're very perfect. And also, like, I know that my parents just did not want to deal with like Furby noises at all.
I will, yeah. And I think I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway.
Anyway, that's like definitely something that I have fully, I think writing lessons from the Empress, I think like being in lockdown, all of that has really just been like, no, like pleasure is radical. And there's this weird shame
Yes,
of like,
okay.
yeah, like, oh, I have to be like serious and I have to be like on trend. And like, now I've just been like, you know what? No, maybe I want a necklace with like Barbie legs hanging off of it. That's fine.
Yes. Does it bring me joy? Right?
Yeah.
Like then it's powerful and it's important.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and I think for me too, so I have always had like dual fears, and like if we're talking like self-confidence issues and stuff like that, where like if I know someone takes me seriously, I get insecure that they don't think I'm fun, and then vice versa. If someone is having fun with me, I'm like, oh, they think I'm stupid. And so I like long ago had to just deal with it and be like, I'm gonna be who I'm gonna be today. It's whatever. And so I didn't have that piece, but I will say that I have grown more confident, and like it was sort of a fake it before you make it thing. Now I feel like through the process of working with the tarot over so many years, and then writing this book, and then doing this activism we've done over all these years, I've actually landed at a place of like, and then that genuine love too. Like love is goofy, and it doesn't matter if it's like a person or a thing. Like if I am not going to want to be with a partner and just never laugh, then why would I want to have a lifelong commitment to my cards and never laugh? Why would I want to have like why? So
yeah, I think it's like really that idea that like you have to be cool or like you have to be taken seriously, and to do that you need like the best clothes or whatever the heck. That is all purely like white supremacist hegemony. Just like this is what you need to do, and if you don't do this, you're going to have shame, because guess what? Like shame keeps us from so much revolutionary work, and also shame, like you're never going to be perfect. You're never going to have like the like perfect track record in terms of interests and like things that you like or clothing or whatever it is. Like you're never going to be the perfect consumer. Ooh, there we go. Capitalism.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that too about, because I talk a lot about trauma work. That was like some of my undergrad stuff, like domestic violence and this idea of, I think the reason I always talk about trauma when I can is because it's inherently transgressive, because we're not supposed to talk about these things. Again, we're supposed to keep our heads down and be good little workers and not feel our feelings and not acknowledge how traumas of the past have shaped our experiences and shape our present right now, and the work that we have to do to decouple ourselves, right, and to get back to that authenticity. And I think too that that's why so many people are resistant to and even hate the idea of play, the idea that you can't, like you said, you can't be a serious adult if you're having fun, if you're laughing, if you're playing, that somehow that precludes you from having sophisticated ideas, of talking about important things, and again of accessing those real things deep in yourself. So I'm constantly like, no, like how can we play more? How can we do more of this? again, I always point to my bookcase like I know where any of these books are, but it could be on the shelf over there. Homo Ludens by Johann Huizinga. Like, his whole thesis is that human society exists because we learned how to play together in order to get work done for our survival. And then and that's why, animals play. We all play it. It's inherent in the condition of life. Why do we say, oh no, this is bad? Because it's authentic, right? It gets you to that subjective, powerful reality where I love this. This is more important than what, like you said, what consumer culture is telling us that how we should express ourselves to be good.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, and I think too, a big part of that is what works for you, what is good for you, and really honing in on what actually makes you happy, what actually fills you with pleasure. It might be the silliest thing, and it might still be something super serious. I know all three of us still love reading very heavy grad school level books in our downtime, but like, again, that doesn't mean, I also think we even read those wrong, because sometimes I'm like, that was obviously a joke this serious author made, and no one has ever told me this guy was funny before. and so I think learning to walk that walk of just what really makes you feel embodied and good and filled with joy, and therefore inspires you and restores you for all of the other work that we're all doing together. I think another big piece of this is letting go of the like white savior hero mentality.
Yes.
Because we want to be taken seriously, because deep down we all think that we are the one that is going to turn the tide somehow. And in reality, that's not a thing. And like you said, Vanessa, when people are together doing things, it's automatically playful. It's automatically fun. You still need that alone time for, to rest. So I don't really remember where I was going with that, but I know the core point is like figuring out what works for you, so that you have the reserves to be with other people, knowing that even if you're really introverted, that can still be just as fun and pleasureful and restorative, even if you're all doing very serious work together.
Right. And it's again figuring out like, okay, what is important to you, right? Like doing that internal work is so necessary so that you can work with other people, because sometimes you have to. Like, again, moon in Scorpio, trauma background, I need lots of alone time. It's restorative for me. But then, there's a conference like this and I have to be social for multiple days at a time, but it's like, it is an intentional choice. It's a thing I'm doing because I love it. And I'm excited about it. Like, will I sleep for 3 days afterwards? Probably. But again, it's that intentional use of resources that can only happen when you've done that internal work to know what really matters to you, what is truly pleasurable, what is joyful, and again, approaching all that work with a light heart so that you can engage it in a meaningful way, and it's not just like, doom and gloom and agony, right? Again, we all have water sign, significant water placements. We feel a lot of agony very deeply, but like not adding to more of that, right? Just that, like, I don't know, just intentional, like talking about too, what I love in the book is looking at the Empress again as creative force, right? Because I do love that you kind of you talk more in terms of like a creator as opposed to that like maternal kind of archetype that often gets associated with the Empress, right? It's broader. It's like, again, that like creative fertility, like, and I guess for this, it's like, so that the Empress is clearly this evocative figure for the both of you. Again, that idea of this like luxurious, powerful figure who, knows themselves, knows how to move in the world. How did you develop, I guess, your relationship with the Empress and the tarot?
Ooh, yeah.
So for me, I do have an archetype, like I do call in archetypes or build altars to things. And in the chapters that are on the major arcana, I do give you a lot of kind of ideas and exercises for working with specific archetypes. You know, this could be like, say you're experiencing intense writer's block, you know, like calling in Empress energy to learn from it could be really helpful. So that definitely, like, I definitely poured, like, and that's why I usually like read from that chapter because or that section, because that's like really, I really loved putting that together. I think too, for the Empress, getting to know the Empress specifically, like, this kind of goes back to some tarot classes that I took when I was first becoming like more of a professional tarot reader. I took the Brooklyn Fools online tarot program, which I don't think he does it anymore. But basically we met for 22 weeks, and every week we were a different archetype and we were focusing on a different archetype. And so, of course, like, I met the Empress, like, at that time in a very magical, ritualistic way, as I met the rest of the Arcana, which is probably honestly like why I work with them that way, the way that I do, because that was very formative.
I think mine, so I think it's changed throughout time. I think I run when it's not a pandemic, and it still is one out there, folks. But when it's not, I run a theater company, and I've often always thought about pulling in the Empress that way, because I love the way that this idea, this archetype, like, makes everything around it grow and flourish. And so even if we are seeing the Empress and like the title is a rulership title, there's so much of a handing that over and seeing what grows. And so I thought about that a lot with theater work. And specifically, how do I really hand it over so that we are all, you know, the Empress and making this together? I think in the pandemic, I was a very stereotypical, like, trend person. Everyone was getting a bunch of plants, and I was like, I could do that. And so but as Siri, who has been in my apartment many times, can tell you, like, I'm actually pretty good at it. And so my plants are mostly flourishing. Turns out mint does need a well-drained thing. That's not just a rumor. So that one died, but otherwise we're doing pretty good. So I say that to say, because so much of even the metaphor that we use in the book is about like growing. I think working that process, learning how plants communicate with me, learning what signs to pick up on, really helped the book, and vice versa. I think it kind of gave me a lot to think about as I was moving through that. And I think that I didn't think about plant care or even pet care really as like creative output until I started doing it. And then that changed a lot. And I've always done pet care, but I would say my relationship with plants has even changed that. So
it's funny you mentioned this, because I have a whole enormous plant shelf, and I had one plant before the pandemic started. I feel like I got into plants later than everybody else, but I absolutely did. And for me, it's kind of this other aspect of the Empress, this idea of relationship, because when you have plants, like you said, sometimes that mint, like, it just doesn't do well, right? Or like I tried, I'm on my third time for sage. The first 2 times, like, nothing I looked online actually worked. Now I seem to have a rhythm with it, but it's you're essentially interacting with this other living thing and tending to it and seeing what it needs, and also looking at what it needs as opposed to what you see what it needs, as opposed to what other people online are telling you what it needs, right? Like, you are actually interacting with that. And I didn't mean to say this as a segue, but you also in the book talk about developing, what I like is that you list out all the cards and what their traditional meanings are, but then leave space for people to develop and write down the personal interpretations of the cards. How has your relationship with tarot? Like, do you have certain cards that they just mean very specific things to you outside of what any traditional system? Obviously, you don't feel like you have to dish too much, but I like.
I've been usurped. But you gotta go.
I'm gonna grab that screenshot when we have a recording of this.
I have been replaced.
What does the cat have to say about tarot?
He loves it, actually. He likes to lay across a large spread when I do like my year ahead readings for people.
Amazing.
He likes to sit in. I host a thing called Tarot Study Hall via my Patreon, and he likes to just sit here and watch me during Tarot Study Hall. And now he apparently wants to be on this panel. So.
He has things to say about the Empress too. So
like, I have sat here this whole process.
Right. Let me tell you a thing or two about this book and how it came together.
Sorry, what was the question?
Just about well, and I guess too, because yes, so personal relationships with cards, and especially since we've all sort of talked about this issue with perfectionism or being taken seriously, like how do you reconcile with like that deep knowing? Because like for me, the Five of Swords means something so specific, and if it comes up in a reading for somebody else, I know exactly what the situation is, and I just tell them, even though it's not really at all what it typically means. So I guess the twofold, like how you develop personal relationships with the cards, and then how did you reconcile with like that jarring, like this isn't what it's supposed to be, but I know this is actually what it is for me.
I have two very different card examples. So yes, to answer your question, but I have one that is like, no matter how much queering the tarot or radical work I do on the tarot, the Queen of Swords is my queer platonic partner's grandmother, and but is also a very stereotypical reading of the Queen of Swords, if you know her. So there's that one that is like very true. I think I even say that in Queering the Tarot. And so but then I think for me, there's one, and we're starting to see this more and more, but I do not read the devil at all the way people often do it, in large part because I practice a lot of Irish and Welsh folk magic, and the witch's devil predates Christian views of it by forever. And so to me, that is just a totally different spiritual entity that you're working with that is absolutely not like bad or whatever. But then also as someone who, I wouldn't say I'm in the community, but as like a BDSM hobbyist, the imagery the imagery of the devil, and then people being like, oh, it's bad. I'm like, that looks fun. What? And so those are my two that I have done a lot of either expounding or lack thereof. I will say one tip I'll give in terms of, so how do you come up with that on your own? This is going to sound a little wild, but try quote unquote writing a tarot book, even if it's never going to be for anyone else, and think about how you've actually seen this card show up for you and like what personal stories you could tell about it, and see what that leads you to. So
I love that.
The one that always comes to mind for me is the Eight of Swords. And that's because at a very formative time in my relationship to tarot, the Eight of Swords and the Moon were my, like, the cards that were haunting me. And so they both kind of together ended up meaning at the time, you know what you need to do, dump him.
Yeah.
Which, you know, was a very serious, you know, I lived with him, like,
it's just embarrassing.
For
him, I feel fine about him.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so that Eight of Swords really like kind of has become like a you know what you want to do, but you're not admitting it to yourself, which you could say is still a traditional read on the Eight of Swords, but like I haven't seen it said exactly the way I feel it, like in books. And the moon also, I was very stumped at the time by the moon showing up in this. And I was also very stumped because I was practicing lunar magic. And so, you know, the moon was really this beautiful card entity, what have you. But the guidebook that I was working with, and I still needed to use the guidebook at this time, would say that the moon is like hidden anxieties, which again is a more traditional like interpretation of the moon that I think a lot of more contemporary tarot creators have moved away from in light of how many people are doing very like positive, good, cyclical lunar magic. So I that's one card that I feel like has really shifted in meaning like within my lifetime. Like seeing that shift from lunar being hidden, like hidden meanings, hidden anxieties, like a cycle that you want to break out of, things like that, to something that's a little bit more like, oh no, you're actually just like really connecting with your psychic depths, and that's great.
Is it weird to you? Because again, I know you've both been practicing for a while, to see kind of this popular shift in certain cards or in the way that readings are even done. I don't know how much either of you even pay attention to other readers aside from each other.
Oh, I definitely do. I'm like a huge consumer, but not in the weird way we talked about it earlier, but I just consume a lot of tarot. I like love learning from other people. And a lot of my friends that I've met online are very good readers and have a lot of interesting things to say. I will say it has definitely been interesting or sort of funny in the way that you've posited. And I've seen that be good or bad, good and bad. And I've also seen it be neutral. I've seen, you know, I have some friends online who I've literally written a book called Queering the Tarot, and they say things and I'm like, that is groundbreaking, radical, like revolutionary content. And I love that. I love seeing it become expansive. I think what is harder for me is when I see people use it to spiritually bypass themselves or other people, or when those sort of bypassing interpretations become common. That is harder for me because I'm watching people do harm in real time. And I don't really feel like it's my place for people I don't know to be like, you're wrong. Like, yeah, there's good and bad to it. I definitely think it's interesting. I also think it's just, no matter what field you're in, I kind of feel like it's just part of being alive. Like, I don't think tarot is like special in watching that.
That's a good point.
Like I've even seen how much theater has changed and then gone back and then changed again. And the pandemic irrevocably changed theater, except Broadway is like, no, it hasn't. It's the same. And I'm like, okay, good luck, pals. So good luck. Siri, your thoughts?
I mean, I would share a lot of that. I think it's funny because like, okay, so first of all, like I didn't think that my first book would be about tarot. I assumed it would be about runes, which is more so where a lot of my expertise comes from. Like, I don't know, like the work that I'm doing with Queering the Runes is, you know, different. And I think that, sorry, like different than, I should be specific, it's not just different, it's like different than the way that a lot of rune readers work with the runes. And so I am working on a book about that. But it has felt very lonely in a way, because of those feeling like I'm a little bit of an island. And then I dive into the tarot side of Instagram and I'm like, holy shit, everyone's mother is starting to do tarot now. Like, like it's again that feeling of like, whoa, this like person who bullied me in high school for being witchy is like hosting like tarot salons in their Brooklyn apartment. Like, what is going on? Whereas with runes, it's much more culturally specific, which I think is really a huge part of it, is that like runes are, you know, I will argue all day, every day, that the runes are available to anyone and everyone who wants to use them, regardless of their own cultural background, regardless of their own ancestry. But the fact of the matter is that runes do come out of these specific, like pre-Christian Norse, like culture, right? So it's just going to have less of a, like, the appeal isn't going to be as broad. Let's just put it that way, as with tarot. So right. All of that to say that it's fun. I don't know. There's some stuff that I'm like, do you read tarot? And there's some stuff that's like, oh, this is really, really cool. I will say one of the things that I get saltiest about is when people call an oracle deck a tarot deck. Like there's one that's like Tarot of the Night Moon, but it's like very clearly an oracle deck because there are only 30 cards. And I'm just like,
well, and like Siri and I both have that opinion. And to be clear, we're not down on oracle decks. We both use them. Like we both have some that we use.
I actually,
but it's not tarot.
Yeah. Like I adore oracle decks. And I, you know, when I see stuff like that, I'm like, just stand in your power is what you are. Like you're not a 78 card deck that is divided into 4 suits and a major arcana. Like that's just not what this deck is. Why are you saying that?
Well, right. I mean, it would be like calling, you know, Ogham staves runes, right? Yeah. It's like, this is a different system. It has a different name. And I think goes to also this, like, because again, I love seeing new ideas and more people getting into all the cool things that I'm into. Mm-hmm. But I also had that sense, like I read for years without accepting money or only taking money as tips because I thought this is an apprenticeship. I need to learn how to do this before I do it professionally. And I think this is also a broader thing. I don't think it's just a tarot issue, but there are a lot of people who are just suddenly presenting themselves as experts when, again, they're calling oracle decks tarot decks. It's just like basic terminology, you know, like, okay, so you might get a sense off the cards, but have you done the actual work, the actual study to develop a relationship and then be able to communicate these things effectively to other people?
And I mean, to be more compassionate than my previously petty answers.
Pettiness is welcome here.
I will say that I think that a huge part of that is living through late stage capitalism and feeling as though, like, you know, there's this pressure to, like, I'm a millennial, like the pandemic has changed this a bit in that more people are talking about rest and burnout and stuff like that than I feel like they were pre-pandemic. But you know, that pressure to turn everything that you love into something that you make money doing because we're living through late stage capitalism, or because we were told that if you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life or whatever. I think that a lot of people are going pro or presenting themselves as an expert or trying to edge into multiple professional fields at the same time is directly a response to that.
I agree.
Everything that I do needs to be professionalized.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I would agree with that. I do think that's a big takeaway of the book too, is like, have hobbies, even if we never say that outright. But like have things that you do that are just for you, that are actually fun and restorative to you. I think it is so draining to think about monetizing every single thing that you do. And there was a time in my life where I was doing it. I was like, cool, I'm gonna do this and this and this. And now, there's a reason I don't, there are legalities around it too, but there are reasons I don't publicize that I will do spell work for people for money. But I do them for my friends regularly. And if they throw money at me, so be it. And some of that is like, especially when it's a spiritual path, especially when it's a creative path, I would argue, even though I am not qualified to speak on this, especially when it's a health path, things should absolutely be for just you sometimes. And that is our society at large, like taking that intimacy with self away from you when you give into that pressure to just produce in that way.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's so, again, as somebody who is recovering from, like, I turned my passion into my full-time business for 7 years. And then I just didn't want to, it was chainmail jewelry. And I hit a point where I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't think I want to make jewelry anymore, because I had to then produce all this output in order to pay my bills. It was just like, there was no, I was losing that sense of play, that sense of exploration, that sense of pleasure, right? Like to use, like, because I also teach, and to use your hands to make something. And I still watch students just come alive because they're not in situations where they're making things for themselves, making things without any external expectation, again, without any expectation that this will turn into a career, a business. It's just, this is for me right now. And it's so powerful to just do those things for yourself right now. This is what I want to make. This brings me joy. I'm using my hands to make it.
Yeah. Right out of college, in addition to working in arts admin, I launched a photography business for portrait photography. And if I'm being honest, I don't think I was good enough to have done that. And then also, I'm very proud of some of the work I did anyway, because when you're poor and people give you what to you is a big chunk of money, you pull your shit together pretty fast. So I'm still very proud of most of the shoots I did in that time. But I had like 2 bad experiences in a row, and I was just like, I'm done. And I couldn't sense then that I was burnout, and photography had gone from something I was really passionate about to something that I honestly hated for a while. Yeah, and now it's like getting me to even take the extra 5 seconds to make sure the lighting on a phone pic is better. It's like pulling teeth. I'm like, no, I hate this.
Yeah, I think like a huge theme of the last year for me has been rediscovering hobbies and things that I love. I would also tell myself, oh, you should love this. Why don't you love this? The biggest example of that being D&D.
Yeah.
Which is like, I enjoy D&D when it's like a three session arc. Any longer than that, and I am done. Like fully. And it's fine. Like I love spending time with my friends. I love enjoying things, but like, I'd almost rather like just write a story as a form of creative expression. And that, of course, like I say that I would say you should like this because almost all of my really close friends love D&D. Or like board game, like role playing, like tabletop RPGs, or these things. And if you don't love it, like you don't have to do it. And it's also so there was that aspect of it where me feeling like I should love things that I don't genuinely love. And then the other side of it was like, what do I have the actual energy and drive to do. And you know, for me, like, it's nice to have hobbies that are low key as well as hobbies that are generating something. So like writing, you know, my fiction, or, you know, something like that, which I guess at this point is really more so a vocation than like a hobby truly. Or I should say like art, like bullet journal spreads or something like that, is more like generative, and I have to, you know, be in a good place to do that. But I also just need hobbies where like I can just like reading, you know, like reading fiction. I've gotten really into like cozy murder mysteries lately, and like you know, like kind of diving into some self-pubbed work and stuff. And you know, it's reading for fun, reading for the joy of it, versus reading for self-betterment, or, you know, a lot of other ways that I was telling myself I should be reading. That's another example, saying, oh Siri, you should be reading capital L literary fiction because you want to improve your craft.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, like, you will improve your craft if you're reading no matter what.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, if you're reading and you're writing, like that, the
Yeah.
idea, especially with like tarot, like, you know, you, or anything you do, even with chainmail, like people would say like, oh, how do you make these pieces? It's like, because I'm constantly making pieces. Like every piece, like every ring I close is going to be perfect because I've done this tens of thousands of times. Like if you like, even when I teach, people be like, how do you get good closures? I'm like, make a piece of clothing. You do something 12,000 times, you're going to be really good at it, if not perfect.
Well, and I think too, finding stuff that is, like, we talk about this in the book a lot, but that is restful and is input. I also think when we talk about having hobbies for yourself, Siri kind of led us right here, which is, we're not telling you to go out and pick up new stuff, but reframing stuff that you're already doing as that. Like, I say part of the reason I wanted it very clear in my bio that for this book is that my hobbies include watching a lot of TV and movies, is because I wanted people to know that that's okay. Not only is that still creative input, but it's also rest, which is such a vital piece of it. And when we talk about imagination plus reflection, like, we do need to see that in other people's stuff sometimes. And like, TV in general in art circles is considered lowbrow, and I consume the worst TV as well as stuff that's won Emmys, like whatever. And so I think it's really important to remind yourself that, like, I guess to be accountable and just sort of keep track of how you're using your time for a few weeks, and then hopefully you'll be able to get to a point where like you're like, okay, well, I do have these hobbies, but I still have some free time that I would like to fill with not just staring at my phone or whatever. And there's nothing against that if you love staring at your phone. I have bad eyes, so I don't love it anymore, but I used to. And so I think that's a really important piece in figuring out what you love, is that it's also okay to have what we think of as more passive things, and in fact you need those.
Yes. I think I hit a really intense burnout this last winter and spring, and working on healing burnout stuff has shifted a lot of things for me personally, but has also just been like, you know what, like, no, I want to read the cozy mystery that's also a paranormal romance. Like I just, that's what I have bandwidth for right now, and I'm gonna read it in 2 days, you know. And I think that there's something really worth celebrating about that. And you know, yeah.
Well, even beyond that, you know what one of my hobbies is, y'all? I like to sit on my porch and do nothing but stare at my neighborhood and drink coffee. Like, and if I don't do that an amount of times a week, I start really slipping as a human. Like, I really can't function. In winter, I had I thought funny Instagram story series that was just me going out, my porch piled with snow, me not wearing a coat, to just angrily stare at my neighborhood with a cup of coffee. but it's still like that piece is so, so important for both your creative and spiritual practice, as well as just your practice as a human.
Right. Well, and that gets into this aspect of the Empress that I hadn't thought about until I read it, but the idea of like telling your story, right? Like you
Mhm.
have things to say. And that I think is even broader in terms of what is your expression as a human being. Again, what are the things that you love to do? Do you want to be out on your porch staring at your neighborhood? Do you like want to watch some terrible, delicious reality television? Like what is, do you want to, I started getting into Lego again because that brings me joy, and there's
Yes.
no there's no way to monetize it. It's just for me. So that, but that idea of again, the power in telling, knowing who you are and being able to express that and telling your story. I like, again, I hadn't thought about that until I saw this, and I was like, oh yes, of course, that is part of self-care. That is part of
Mhm.
self-expression and pleasure, and being luxurious is having words to say.
Well, and it also gets into the folk witchcraft. It's different types of folk witchcraft, but that Siri and I practice because so many of those paths and those traditions are largely oracular, and so it's people just passing down stories over time. And yeah, at some point they are folklore, they are myth, they are whatever, but sometimes the moral of the story is like, this really funny thing happened, but don't go near the creek because that's where that bug bit Janet. Like and so like they're really important for human survival even now. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think that like the other thing that I want to kind of say too, it's gone. Sorry. No.
That's okay.
We are definitely nearing series expiration.
Yes. It's I also haven't had dinner yet, which is on me, but I'm very hungry. So please forgive my brain fog.
You're totally fine. Again, as you mentioned at the top, like we've, Cassandra, we've been going through it. Like a lot of people are like going through it TM right now. That's why it's like, okay, what is the gentle, peaceful, joyful way to talk with the both of you, to talk about this book? If a thought slips out, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're all still here. There's
Yeah.
plenty of things to talk about. There are cats in the background. I mean, there's exciting things happening.
Sometimes there's a cat in the foreground.
It's true.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But also, again, that power of story. So one of my best friends is a therapist, and she has very much been interested in narrative therapy in recent years because of this idea that, again, we are told these stories about who we are and what we're supposed to be by society, by our families, by social expectations. Again, we even tell ourselves stories about like, because I had that like streak of perfectionism. I always have to be right. People have to think that I'm smart. And about 5 years ago, I was just like, nah. And I just will tell people like, I don't know what that is. And it's so liberating because I don't have to be on top of everything anymore. It doesn't mean I'm less intelligent. It just means I've released that expectation for myself.
Yeah.
So that ability to construct your own new story about yourself and tell that story, or reframe these things in a new way that is empowering to you and that is meaningful to you. Again, that is an aspect of the Empress that I had not thought about, that I love. Like very similar to like the devil in Queering the Tarot. Just like, oh, I like this a lot better.
Yes. Yeah.
I love to freak clients out when the devil comes up and they look scared, and I'm like, "Ooh, good," and they're like,
exactly.
I'm like, no, bear with me.
Yeah. I think that like one of my favorite thing, I'm in my mid-30s now, so I can't, like this isn't a new revelation, but I love being in my 30s because I feel like I have so much less to prove now. And it's a mindset. It's not that I actually have less to prove. It's the mindset of like, oh, I need to prove that I'm a functioning adult TM that I had through a lot of my 20s. When you know what? maybe things would have been better if I hadn't been a functioning adult in that moment.
So much of my therapy right now is taken up by dissecting how much better things would have been for me if I had let myself be the age I was.
Yeah.
So no, I get it. I don't have anything to add, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just been really fantastic. And I don't think that I could have written this book at any other stage of my life, really.
Yeah.
Because so much of this book has been about like unraveling shame. For the process for me has unraveled a lot of like shame and self-consciousness and stuff that I think, had I attempted to write this book with Cassandra at a different point in my life, it would have been a very different book, because I wouldn't have been able to speak to the same level of like, pleasure is good actually, and everybody deserves it.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
that's, I think this book really comes to the world with.
Yes. Yeah. And again, powerful. Like the Empress, like again, that position of power that the Empress is in, and just fully in their pleasure, like fully expressing themselves. There's no shame, just like, this is who I am. Okay, you like it, fine. You don't, also fine. I'm here. I like it. And that is important. Like again, that affirmation of self.
Well, and that's like so what am I trying to say? So the affirmation of self is also, I think what I'm trying to say is you can do so much more for the world, and even just for your own self, your health, when you're not so worried about being wrong, when you're not so worried about how it's going to look to other people, when you're not so worried about that. I will say, as we talk, I do think in general, I was able to let go of some of my confidence issues, in part because I do think people, when you hit, it used to be 30 and I think now it's 35, I do feel like people just automatically take you more seriously. And so there was like an amount of like, oh, I don't have to, no one's making me try. So I just won't. Not that I don't try for the thing, but like, I don't try too hard or what, and so, but I do passionately think that it should not have taken me that long. And I do passionately want other people to find that confidence and that sense of self and that embodiment of it that the Empress is so good at, so much sooner than I did, because wow, I have a lot of wasted years worrying about what other people wanted for me.
I feel that in my bones. I'm touching my heart, but it's every cell in my body.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that's also, not to say that like, never mind. I was going to say something about how when you're in your 20s, I understand how like it is important to try to figure some things out about like, what does it look like to function? How can I, like find a, something that supports me, like, so I can live the life that I need to be living right now. I mean, I think that those are really huge themes of that decade of your life. And so that's not to say like, all people in their 20s should just say fuck it at the same time, because that's what I did in my 30s and I'm loving it. I'm not necessarily saying that, but it's also just like, you can show up authentically. You can be who you need to be, and you can go through the lessons that you need to go through, and it's fine.
Well, and I think one of the wildest lessons I learned was that all those times I was so worried about what other people wanted from me, and the tarot tried to tell me this, for the record, 1,000 times over, all the people that mattered really wanted for me was for me to be happy. And so when I thought I was going to get so much pushback about giving up on this dream or not doing this thing anymore, almost all of the feedback has been, well, good, if you weren't happy. And almost all of the feedback has been that, or just like, cool. And then they tell me about their day. Like, it's been like in a good way, And so I think you also just realize once you hit that point of being able to feel and stay empowered and embodied with yourself and the things that ground you and make you feel joy. If people do have adverse opinions, you stop caring. So it's like a weird irony that but what you'll find is most people will be happy for you, or you'll discover that most people were so worried about what you thought of them that they didn't even notice you were doing the same thing.
Yeah. I had a therapist once who said, you know, Siri, people are very selfish. I can guarantee you they are not paying as much attention to you as you think they are. And that was just like so liberating, because I was like, I need to do everything perfectly, because if I don't do everything perfectly, then somebody's going to tell my boss that I'm a bad person and blah, 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 like all of this stuff. No, good Lord, no. Like, and it was a little harsh. Like that particular therapist was a little blunt at times in a good way, but you know, it should be kind of harsh to be like, no, people don't care about you as much as you think they do. But it was actually very empowering the way that, like, given what I was going through at the time.
Well, of course. I mean, again, like, because I grew up with a ton of expectations about who I was supposed to be and how I was supposed to act, and so carried those with me. And then once I got out into the real world and had relationships with people who actually cared about me, authentically me, it's like, oh, I don't need to carry any of that stuff anymore. Like I can just be a full expression of who I am, be authentic, have my scattered ADHD or hyperfocus ADHD, and people will be cool with that. Like have all the, all the weird things that I thought that I had to just keep to myself. I mean, now I have a conference. Like there are a whole bunch of cool people out there who want to share weird things with me. Amazing.
That's what I think too. And having people have been so warm and wonderful about my books. And every time I put something out there, I was convinced it was going to fail. And sometimes people will ask me like, well, what drives you when that happens? And the short answer is, I don't know. I guess I felt like if people are going to hate anything I do, why not try some stuff? Like there was almost a freedom in that insecurity. And so like, why not try? But having them be so well received has been like, I don't know, just so affirming. And I think being in writers circles, not formal ones, but just like groups of friends who are writers and tarotists, and seeing that people in general are not as scary as we think they are because of the few bad people we've run into. And I think those people that are not great and that are really judgmental take up so much space in our brains. One thing that I think is really sad that has come up a lot for me in therapy, but also just recent conversations with friends, is how many people tried to be there for me and make me see that these were not the influences I should have been listening to, and how much I was not interested in paying attention to them about that. And like we've seen it show up in my romantic life, but certainly my creative and professional life too. And so, I think most people, unless they suck, want other people to succeed and to do well. And that was a weirdly hard lesson to learn. I just did not want to learn it for a long time.
Well, and again, it's hard when you're just not used to that or you don't expect it. Like I also had to learn that, like, when people actually love you, they only want the best for you. Even when they just like you, they want good things for you. They're not demanding or putting unreasonable demands on your time or your energy or your heart. Like they just want you to be joyful. Like they're people that want to play, like that want to engage in a meaningful way, like that. That took some learning for me as well. So we've got about 13 minutes left. I'm gonna pull some questions from chat if you two are cool with that. Great.
I love attendee questions.
Great.
Unless they're hard, then I'll sign off. Just kidding.
You know what? If you want to rage quit the conference, like I will also clip that and then So this question is from Alex. It's probably off topic, but do they have any tips for overcoming magical slumps or slumps in your magical practice? I would even add tarot practice into that too.
Ooh, yes.
I feel like Siri just went through this, but I didn't want to put them on blast.
Yes. Yeah. So I recently went through this. I actually magical burnout was a part of the total life burnout that I was referring to earlier. And honestly, the only thing that I could do was not do magic. And that has been really illuminating. I mean, for me, magic is like part of my spiritual practice. It's a really important aspect of my life. And I was in training to be a professional magical practitioner, a professional folk magician. And it looked like doubting myself. It looked like me thinking that my magic wasn't worth anything, that none of this was real, like a whole lot of just like really dark night of the soul kind of stuff. And I just stopped. I just stopped reading any books about magic. I even stopped reading like fantasy books for a while there, because it was like, even that was too close. Because I would start to like, be in toxic comparison with these like absolutely fictional characters, which is such a sad thing to admit, actually. But so I think it's give yourself permission to just say, okay, don't have to do this anymore. Magic for me has also always been a very practical thing. I don't do it if I don't need it, generally. So, I'm not one to like do magic at every lunation, at every new or full moon. I am not one to do a lot of that stuff. And I think just kind of like leaning into that. And I think that a lot of the advice that we've given today really does mesh. Like, if you're not enjoying it, stop doing it. And then when you do come back to your magical practice, do something fun. Like, do a short spell, do like, a spell for relationships involving Barbies. I don't know. Do something that's just like very like wacky and different from like what you would normally do. Don't take yourself too seriously, and maybe even stop worrying about results. If you're in a place where you can stop worrying about results, just do it for the fun of it.
I would also say too, I would only add to that, if you're at the total burnout point that Siri was, definitely listen to them and not me, because I have not actually hit that point in an amount of years that would like warrant reliable advice. If it's more of a slump of like a rut, like I would say try literally anything different. There's a lot of brain science that says if you're in any kind of rut, changing even one small thing, if you walk to work going down one block different than what you normally do, can kind of reset your whole day. And so taking that into magical practice, like do things out of order, do things at a time. If you normally do your magic at night or in the morning, try it on your lunch break. Things like that. And if that's still not enough, I think try literally anything different that's probably happening because you're doing the same. So for me, that happens if I'm just doing like candle spell after candle spell, even knowing that like water is my main element that I use. And so then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm bored, which means the magic is bored. So it's time to just do these sprays, or it's time to pull some of my plants in from the garden to work with that, so just try literally anything different. Look up glamour spells online, just anything. Yeah, maybe even Google. I've never done this, it might be terrible, but maybe even Google just like offbeat magic or quirky magic, or just see if something cool pops up.
I love it.
Yeah, I think sometimes too, especially with tarot, like for me, getting like reading a new book, for example, can give me a new perspective on the cards, can get me interested in working with tarot in a different way. Or, you know, working with a deck that I haven't worked with in a while. So I have some decks that I haven't worked with in years at this point, probably because like I just have moved on. And so reconnecting with some of those might also be a way of getting out of a tarot slump. And the other thing for both magic and tarot, like drop any and every expectation. Like it was truly, I did not realize how like much pressure I'd been putting on myself around my tarot practice when I realized, oh my God, people are just pulling a single card a day and calling that a tarot reading. I could do that. I don't have to pull a full Celtic cross spread and do an entire like within the witch's pentagram on a full moon. Like I can just do this, you mean? You know, so like really like dropping a lot of those expectations of perfection and stuff like that is really important too.
I want to add one quick thing, and then I want to make sure we have time to answer multiple people's questions. But I will say for tarot specifically, one of my best tips for breaking sort of a rut is if you can afford it or if you have friends who do it, getting a reading, and it does not have to be a tarot reading, getting a reading from someone else, not about this topic. It could be about literally anything. And what I would suggest if it is tarot is try not to look at the cards, just focus on what the other person is telling you, and see how that kind of shifts your perspective on it moving forward.
Great. I love that. I also just love like releasing expectations in general is just a good general life advice thing. It's a lot more peaceful. Okay, so we have a question from Shell. What is the weirdest question a client has ever asked in a reading? Again, as much as you can say.
The most intense question I've ever been asked is, I maybe shouldn't say this, it comes with a pretty significant content warning, but the person was just so casual about a very heavy topic that I was thrown. That like something really traumatic happened to them and they were just like, oh yeah, I just want to know who blanked me. And I was like, and they just said it like they were asking, oh yeah, I just want to know how tomorrow's gonna go. Like I was like, so I was really thrown by that. I love weird questions though. I love very in-depth, like spiritual, whatever. If you come to me and you're like, I think my grandma is talking to me through this bird outside my window, I'm like, great, let's explore that. So I don't know that I really have a bar for weird that is relatable.
Yeah, I feel like it's easier for me to go to like what is the most inappropriate questions I've ever been asked than like what is the weirdest. I'm like totally drawing a blank. The most inappropriate question I've probably ever been asked was when my dad wanted to get a reading for the first time ever. And so first of all, I'll say like I was on the fence about doing this reading anyway, because like it's hard to read for people that you're really close with. And they're, you know, you need some energetic boundaries, etc. My dad sits down in front of me and is like, so when am I gonna die? And I'm just like, I am not doing that reading for you, sir. Like, I'm just not doing it. Yeah. So that's probably like the one that's really coming to mind right now. I'm sure that I'll remember one where like, oh yeah, so I was reading at a shop, and somebody walked in who sat down in front of me and was like, I don't know if you can see them, you're psychic. And I was like, oh, okay, see what? And they were like, well, I have wings and they hurt. Can you tell me how and why? I was like, okay, this is all right. So I did a reading and the cards were, you know, very much like all about like grounding and stuff like that. And I was like, this, you know, this person clearly is like going through some stuff and, you know, I'm not an absolute asshole, so I'm not saying this to make fun of them or anything. They were clearly going through some mental health stuff. But that was probably one of the ones that I was the most thrown by. And the cards really came through with like, honestly, some good advice about like grounding and, you know, like getting help when you need it and stuff like that. So like I was still willing to take I'm glad I took the question.
Amazing. And again, the cards answer in the way that people need to hear it. Like those are my favorite questions, are when people come in and they ask a question and the tarot's like, actually, this is the answer you need right now. You don't think this is the question you should be asking, but I'm telling you this because we want to take care of you, make sure you're okay.
When you're reading for lots of people, that can be so frustrating though. Like I've had people come in and the cards tell them there are so many places that you're not showing up at work the way you need to. You're in hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of credit card debt, blah, blah, blah. And I'll give them these really important, like life changing advice. And then they'll be like, it doesn't say anything about my love life. And I'm like,
why is it always the love life too?
And like, I actually love doing reading. I am a romantic. I actually love doing reading, like genuine readings about how to best navigate love and sex and dating.
Yes. But it's always those like, you know, I don't know, maybe it's like a smoke screen. Like I am willing to talk about my love life with you, but not about my quote unquote like actual problems.
Yeah.
Or whatever, which is always really frustrating.
Yeah.
That definitely, because again, with the cards, at least my relationship with the cards, where it's like, this is not the question. Like, especially with friends and they're asking the same question over and over again, my cards get very sassy. And it's like, no, you know better. We're going to tell you what you actually need to hear right now. We're done being gentle.
Yeah. And mine, yeah. Well, and for me, I think I will talk to them. I'll find a way to word it to the cards, whatever I need to do. If someone asks me about their love life, even if the cards are like, that's not what they need to hear, I'm like, okay, but that's what they're willing to hear. And that's what they want to hear. Like, that's the job they're paying me to do. And so I want to be able to do it. It is what drives me nuts is the people who sit down and say, oh yeah, I just want to know what the cards think I need to know right now, or what the most important information from the cards is. And then I give them the most important information. And then they're like, oh, it didn't say anything about my love life. When am I going to meet someone? And I was like, why didn't you just ask me that? Like,
that's allowed. You can ask me that.
Exactly. Yes. Amazing. There's one, let me just double check. Yeah, one last question. Again, this is from Kai, and it's mostly for Siri. And again, if you don't want to answer it, we don't have to. We could take that offline. But how do you go about finding Norse information and material that isn't just straight up neo-Nazi propaganda? I embellished their question a little bit, but
I mean, yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. The thing that, here's the thing, and I was ranting about this recently in an interview that's coming out next week on the podcast. Like, it's really easy to say statements like Black Lives Matter and have that not be a huge deal, right? Like, I think that with heathenry, especially because of the history of everything, it's important to seek out people who will say something like that unequivocally, like, because it just is true, right?
Well, and if they won't even say that, then like,
right, then like
that's your flag, like.
Yeah. It's also, I mean, like, a lot of people really put their foot in their mouths online. When I started, I was like, okay, well, I'm only going to learn from women. And then after a while, I actually learned that one of the books that I was referencing a lot and that had a huge impact on me was written by a TERF. And so I was like, okay, well, great. That what I thought was a very simple rule is not a very simple rule. So like, I have a huge list of anti-racist heathen resources on my website, which is northernlightswitch.com. I have a lot of great guests on the podcast, not all of whom are heathen, but you know, that's a great place to look as well. Some resources that I really love, my personal teacher, Kari Toring, is absolutely incredible. You can get her like online classes through the Need Fire Candle Co. Yes, thanks, Cassandra. You can get her online classes through Need Fire Candles. I teach sometimes, occasionally on Norse stuff, so follow me. I also try to lift up other teachers as much as possible. So even if I'm not teaching, I'll be, you know, sharing resources of people that I know are either like, you know, anti-racist, who are, you know, radical, and accepting and queer and all of that stuff. The internet is a lovely place because you can both find where people have totally, you know, showed their true colors in the worst ways. And you can also find people who are doing incredible work who maybe aren't getting like traditional book deals and stuff like that. So a lot of heathens will use the hashtag like inclusive heathenry, hashtag inclusive heathenry. The Troth, TROTH, is an international organization that is committed to like inclusive heathenry and anti-racism and stuff like that. So you can even find groups through them. I think that they have like a networking like aspect of their organization too. So there are a ton of resources. But I'll put my website in the chat. Yes, Siri Pluff, JK. But my website is northernlightswitch.com, and then my podcast website is heathensjourneypod.com. I'm working on getting all of the old transcripts up now that I finally have transcription software. That's going to be a while because we're in the middle of book launch, so you know.
I want to add too before we close, it is easy to point, and this is not a read on Kai at all, like this is Siri has gotten asked this in almost every interview that we've done, but like it's very easy to point fingers at heathenry because there are very loud white supremacists within that culture. That does not excuse the rest of us from examining our craft and looking at what is appropriation and what is appreciation. And spoiler alert, more of it is going to be appropriation than you're going to want to admit. But I also think some red flags to look for, yes, in Norse and in heathenry, but I have seen this reading about Irish, Welsh, Scottish witchcraft, as well as general Wicca that we all read. Anything that speaks a lot to blood ancestry in a way that, like, if you have like a weird gut feeling, like run, with the exception of if it is a marginalized people writing it, because they have their protective reasons for that. So if it is white people saying that in any faith within these broader spiritual faiths, run the other way. I would also say we have excused a lot of anti-Semitism in tarot in particular up until very, very recently. And so I think educating ourselves about that is really important. Yes, there are loud, vocal Norse white supremacists. There is stuff everywhere else in all of these other pockets that feeds that and allows it to get to that point. And a lot of it is we are all responsible, especially white people, for going back and cutting it off at the top as best we can.
Oh, another kind of dog whistle, and this is more so in terms of queer stuff. But well, this isn't even a dog whistle. This is very explicit. But anybody who talks like really explicitly about womb magic,
Yeah.
is very likely to be a TERF, or straight up like racist, like homophobic, like you name it, right? Like a lot of, yeah. So, and you'll find a lot of that though, in texts of a certain era. I think there was an era of witchcraft where, like, you know, womb stuff, TM, was very important. But if it is gender exclusionary in the way that they talk about it, that is another big, like,
yeah,
I would stay away from this.
And what you will find is if someone is a TERF, they're probably also racist. They're probably also, if someone is racist, they're probably also a TERF. Like, very often the Venn diagram is a circle, and it just takes a while for all of those colors to show.
Yeah. That is an incredible point, and a very good point, because it's just like one of those threads you start tugging at and the rest of it unravels. And it's like, okay, cool. Your lizard people conspiracy is just coded anti-Semitism. Cool. Great.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes. Amazing. We are over. You've both been incredibly generous. We are over time. I again could easily talk to both of you for a long time, but I want you to eat and sleep and pet your cats and do all the other wonderful things. So yeah, if there's any last things that you want to promote before I let you off into the night.
Well, buy Lessons from the Empress wherever you buy books. Please also buy my other books if you haven't. Leave them all 5-star reviews wherever you can do that, even at the big places we try not to buy from. Those reviews still help a lot. You don't actually have to get them there to leave us a review there. And so that's a nice way to cheat that system. And then so that being said, we are totally understanding of people's financial stuff. If that is the place that makes the most sense and is best for you, like, we're not going to judge you for getting, like, it's on sale there. So
yeah.
That being said, Siri put there, so I'll just put that. My website is cassandra-snow.com. I am actually open for readings right now, which feels nuts during a book tour, but I have to pay bills. And so, and then on top of that, the best hub for book stuff, for whatever, is going to be mix.cassandra.snow on Instagram. That's mx.cassandra.snow. And then if you want to support all of the constant writing I am doing, patreon.com/CassandraSnow. Yes.
Yeah, so my Instagram is just my name, siri.vincent.prof. It's the dots for me, not any of those underlines or other things. I do have a lot of impersonators right now. Don't tell me if I have another new one, by the way. Please don't. I don't need to know. And also, I am also on Patreon, and that is mostly for the Heathen's Journey podcast. So that is at patreon.com/Heathen's Journey Pod, which I put in the links as well.
Perfect. And we're going to put that in the YouTube chat as well, so people can find you both.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. This was great. Thank you so much, the other people who are here doing tech stuff. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, of course. And again, thank you both so much for coming on and talking about the book and talking about all sorts of other stuff. This was a delight. Thank you.
You are welcome. Have a great night, everybody.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
All right. Day one is in the books.
Day one's in the books. How about that?
Yeah.
It was
this was amazing.
Great way to start the weekend.
Yeah. Spice and then tarot. I mean.
Yeah.
And cats. What else do you need?
We're gonna have the all already talked. We're gonna book the all cat panel for next year.
Oh, fantastic.
That's happening. That's
Great.
happening. The Cats PanParacon
Yeah.
will be brought together. Wow.
Yeah, post pictures of you and your cats watching the conference.
Yes,
Oh,
we would love
please.
that.
Yes.
We would love
Yes.
to see that.
I
love
pro
all
all
kitties.
animals. So if you have any kind of
Yes.
critters, please take photos of them. Feel free to
all
tag
of
me.
them. Every
All of
single
them.
one you have, we want to see them.
Yeah.
They're all cute.
Every single one.
For the people that are
Feathers,
still hanging
scales,
with
fur.
us, I expect to see you all back tomorrow because we start off at 11 with the amazing Amanda Woomer, who's doing her Harlots and Hauntings talk. We have
Yeah,
Magic
look
of the
at that
Heart with
cute.
Irisana Moon. We have How Well Do You Know Ghost with Alicia Landreth and Courtney Block. That's going to be a good one. They're all going to be good. But
They're all going to be good.
Psychic Friends with Dash will be back with Rosa to do the live Psychic Friends podcast. That should be amazing and hilarious. Mortellus is back tomorrow with identifying corporeal beings. And then Special Place in My Heart closing out Saturday will be the inimitable Liminal Earth crew talking about UFO and more. I'm really excited about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're just, other than that, we're just as pauses because we're really tired. I'm about to log off and just like fall out of my chair. Cool.
Yep. Don't forget to show some love with tip jar.
Yes. Go buy those
Say.
books. Show some love with the tip jar.
Yes.
Go buy the books.
Visit
though.
the
I expect
website.
everybody.
Yeah, go to our website. Under the speakers, all our links are there. Go click on them. Go check everything out. And yeah, support some good people.
Come back tomorrow.
Yeah, be
Yes.
ready. Tomorrow's going to be a good day.
Yes.
A full day.
Get your snacks, get your drinks, make sure you have some very comfortable cushions on your chair or couch because we're going to be nonstop rocking for an entire day.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right.
All right,
Good night,
friends.
everyone.
Have a good night.
Good night. My
Are
goodness,
we
I'm trying
off?
to find the button.
Well, okay.